Hey guys, good morning, welcome to the live session of Stocks Network Trading. My name is Dave, guys, my partner is Ron. Let's get down to business here, guys.
In on US30, sell, okay? I'm jumping in. Guys, that's a 100 pip drop. Yes, we caught it. Hey, guys, 200 pips, please, secure.
Hey guys, good morning, welcome to the live session of Stocks Network Trading. My name is Dave, guys, my partner is Ron. Let's get down to business here, guys.
In on US30, sell. Okay, I'm jumping in. Guys, that's a 100 pip drop. Yes, we caught it. Hey, guys, 200 pips, please secure.
Hey everyone, welcome to Stocks Network Trading. Good morning. Happy Friday. Juma Mubarak, everybody. Welcome, guys. It's 6 a.m. Eastern. It is Friday, October 10. Thanks, everyone, for joining. And we're going to have a great session today. We're going to be looking at gold, XAUUSD. We'll be looking at US30 and NASDAQ. And just a friendly reminder, risk management, everyone. It is a Friday. Let's not just trade reckless on a Friday because it's the weekend coming up and we're going to just throw everything out the window and we're going to do some crazy trading and some gambling today. We're not about that and we're not going to do that. So we're going to do good, proper risk management. We're going to look for some good quality setups if we see anything. And this is where you got to see how you are trading. It's kind of like a weekly recap so far from the start of the week till now. Are you at your weekly goal? Are you almost there? Are you above your weekly goal? Or are you still struggling this week? Okay, so this is where you got to judge your progress and how you're doing. I would suggest if you're above your weekly goal, if you've had a good week, this is where technically you should scale it down a little bit so you can end the week positive and enjoy your weekend and come back and compound next week. If you're almost at your weekly goal, this is where, again, proper risk management so you can get there and be done. And if you're still struggling, this is not the situation to start revenge trading, hedge trading, and put yourself in a deeper hole. You just want to just get through this week and review and learn from it. Okay, guys? If we can start to do this on a weekly basis, your trading is slowly going to start to improve for the better. Okay? I know it takes a lot of hard work. Trading is not easy, but baby steps, one day at a time, one proper step at a time. And once you start to get that confidence and that experience and that momentum, things will start to turn out very positive for you. Okay, so let's just work on that. We'll work on our technicals. We'll work on our psychology of trading. But most importantly, we all have to work on our risk management. Okay, and we're gonna take some wins. We're gonna take some losses. We're gonna take some break evens. We're gonna learn lessons in the market together. But the thing is, we're going to learn and we're going to continue to move forward, okay? So stay positive, everybody. And that's the right attitude to have in trading and in life. And we're going to do good things together, okay? So thanks, everyone, for joining. And a reminder, Monday, Canadian banks are closed because it is Thanksgiving for us over here in Canada, the big turkey over here. And US banks are also closed Monday for Columbus Day. We will come in the markets Monday morning, 6 or 7 a.m. Eastern. We'll do some top-down analysis. But more importantly, I want to have like a question and answer period, more of an education morning. So that will be for everybody on Zoom and YouTube. And you guys can basically ask me anything as long as it's not too personal. And I'll help answer all of your questions. As long as it's about trading, I'll do my best to answer everything. So we can turn it into a fun little Monday morning session. And then we'll get started again on Tuesday when banks open up, okay, after the holiday. So how's everyone doing? Hope everyone's having a great day. And we're ready to get started, okay? So first thing we're going to do is let's just go over the news. Last time I checked, U.S. government is still shut down. How long has it been? Has it been two weeks now? Or is it moving on the third week of shutdown? No, I don't know when they're going to get open it up right now, but they haven't released a lot of U.S. folders, okay? We've missed NFP. We've missed a lot of these weekly unemployment claims. We've missed a lot they haven't released. So I don't know. It's going to probably go into next weekend unless something hopefully happens over the weekend. and they open the governments back up. Okay, but again, when the U.S. governments are closed, you just got to continue to trade with proper risk management until they open up. Okay, so today's news, Friday, October 10. We had some European news, not much. We do have some Canadian high impact news today. So if you guys are trading the Canadian loonie, the Canadian dollar, we do have some high impact news. We have some unemployment change and an unemployment rate coming out here. We have, look at our Canadian unemployment. Its last previous report was 7.1%. So that's pretty high. You know, it's not too far away from double digit. When you get to 10% unemployment, it's pretty high. Like, think about it. 1 in every 10 individuals is unemployed and seeking work. When you have big populations, that's a lot of people that are unemployed. So they're forecasting an increase here in Canada to 7.2% unemployment. So these numbers are not good. I live in Canada. I can see this firsthand, unemployment. I have friends and family that are getting laid off, and they're messaging me and say, Ron, we know that you're a trader. Can you start to maybe on the side teach me how to do this and things like that? So, you know, we got to learn these life skills, guys. Yeah, we never know when we can lose our job. We never know when we can get unemployed. We never know when we can get laid off. And it's difficult, especially when you start getting older. You know, you're competing with the younger generation, and it's not easy, guys. So that's why I hope everyone takes trading serious. I know you guys do, but if you guys are gambling and you're not taking proper risk management, then I know you're not trading serious. I know then it's just a hobby for you, or it's just like a game. But if you really want to take your trading to the next level, you got to start to get really serious with everything. Okay, guys. That's why I asked you guys, do majority of you guys do journaling? On a daily basis, on a weekly basis. Journaling is very important in trading. It tells you a lot about yourself, and you learn a lot about how you are trading, and you can pinpoint your mistakes and make changes right away, and not let them compound to turn into worse things over time. Okay. What's the question here? Dr. Nalubu, when last did you make your last deposit in your brokerage account? Be honest. It's been years since I've made a deposit in my brokerage account, because I have my initial deposit and I keep compounding and compounding and compounding. Well, I don't need to deposit any more money in there. You know, I keep a limited amount in my brokerage. So it's been years since I made a deposit. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing for you, but that's my honest answer. Okay, so thank you for that personal question. But yeah, it's been years since I've deposited in my brokerage account. Thank you. Maybe you might be my new financial advisor, my new accountant here. But see, these are the stupid questions we get, you know, like has nothing to do with trading. It's just about dumb questions about that, but it's all good. That's the questions out there, guys. Anyways. Okay, so we do have that Canadian news right over here, unemployment rates. Okay, again, what I was saying, if you're going to trade the dollar, the Canadian loonie, that will be affected. Okay, will this affect us, this news, when we're trading Wall Street and things like that? I don't think so, but more so the Canadian dollar. Then after Wall Street, there is again some high impact USD folders, preliminary University of Michigan consumer sentiment report, and the prelim University of Michigan inflation expectations. We'll see if they release these. Again, any US folders can be impacted by shutdown. Tentative events are subject to delay, revision, or cancellation. We'll see if they release these. Okay, just continue to move forward, guys. What I was just talking about on Monday, you can already look at Monday's news. If you're trading in Europe, Europe is open. Europe is has no holidays or anything like that. Europe will be open. But when you come into North America, like I said, Canada all day, bank holidays due to Thanksgiving, And we hope all of our Canadians, we wish them a happy Thanksgiving and enjoy that time, that day off with their family and friends. And also our friends in the US, we have Columbus Day, where the US banks will be closed. So when we start on Monday morning, it's going to be more of a Q&A question, an education. If you guys need some help with top-down analysis or any technical information, anything, we'll make it into more of an education class instead of just trading, because we know that everything is closed. But we can take a look at gold and we can watch things like that, okay? Hopefully we get some trading questions and not just personal financial questions, okay? Guys, then I'll just wrap up the call and I'll be gone with my day. And earnings. Do we have any earnings today in the pre-market before the open? Nothing. Normally Friday evenings, there's not much earnings. It's a Friday, it's going into the weekend, and you're not going to see too many earnings, okay? So no earnings to be concerned about. What I would be doing on the weekend is looking at the calendar, and then I can see Monday, remember, a light day. We pick up on Tuesday. 13 corporations report in the morning, 3 after hours. Wednesday, we got 13 in the pre-market, 14 in the after hours. Thursday, we got 15 in the pre-market, 8 in the after hours. And then I would go on the specific days and look at these 13 that are reporting in the pre-market. Are they those big names that we know, Meta, Facebook, NVIDIA, Bank of America, Costco? Are they those big names, or are they just some little names that we don't really need to worry about, okay? That's what I would be doing over the weekend, and I will be doing that, okay? Because we got to do our weekend analysis. I hope you guys are doing that, okay? So nothing to worry about earnings-wise, just some day-to-day news. While you're drinking your coffee every morning, go over today's top news, whatever's going on. We were just talking about government shutdown, so what's going on here? Republican ranks begin to crack over government shutdown. High-profile GOP defectors are pushing their leaders to negotiate on healthcare subsidies. Democrats insist on saving. We have over here the U.S. stock futures stall with earnings and the shutdown in focus. The big dollar short is turning into a pain trade for investors. So right over here, a lot of big shorts have been put on the U.S. dollar, and the U.S. dollar is just sitting around the DXY, like around 99, 100. So it's made some gains. So it could be squeezing a lot of investors that are trying to short the U.S. dollar right now. And NVIDIA's in the news. China tightens checks on NVIDIA AI chips at major ports. Shutdown pain ripples through U.S. economy with no deal in sight. So guys, I just want to mention, the stock market doesn't really affect your real economy, right? You know, not every U.S. Citizen is invested in the stock market or trades the markets like we do. Some of them don't even know what the stock market is, and they just go to work every single day, and life is difficult for them due to everything. Just life is difficult in general. And then when you put the cost of inflation, unemployment, and just the tough when you get into a tough part of your life and you're struggling, that's not like, and when everyone says, oh, well, the U.S. economy is doing great, the stock markets are at all-time highs, that doesn't necessarily reflect the average American person. The most individuals who are invested in the stock market are the wealthy, are financial institutions, are billionaires, are the upper class, right? Not everyone is there. So I don't like that when everyone says, well, the economy is doing amazing, the stock market's doing amazing. I know, but that doesn't reflect everyone, you know? If you're not invested in the stock market, why do you care if it's at all-time highs, right? But the real economy, like if you go out and you talk to your neighbors and you go out and you look at the grocery store and you look at the prices of everything, I don't know about you guys, but here in Canada, it's getting crazy. I went to Chick-fil-A again yesterday with my wife and the kids. $75 just for some stupid chicken sandwiches. Like I'm thinking, what the hell? I even said to my wife, we could have just went to Costco, bought some really nice steaks, and I could have barbecued and we could have ate really good. But then when I go to Costco, I go there on the weekends, 3 steaks are $100. Like things are getting crazy. Like you just want to sit back and say, what the hell is going on around here? I don't know about you guys, but Canada is getting really expensive. So it doesn't really affect, and we showed you the real economy in Canada. Unemployment is going up to 7.2%. So I don't know. Ask those people how the economy is doing, and they'll tell you the truth. And then just going over here, some more things in the news. What else we got going on? Gold retreats. Okay, so yesterday we had a big push down on gold. You see the ceasefire. It just took some time to, simmer, and then eventually, boom, they started dropping it, and it dropped quickly. It dropped fast, guys. So a lot of volume got liquidated yesterday. And it just bounced right back like it was nothing. So, we'll see how gold is trading. It might be around that 4,000 marker there, and we'll see how things go into the weekend, okay? So that's everything going on the news. Markets are flat right now. S&P futures are up 0.07, Dow futures 0.08 in the green, and NASDAQ 0.09 in the green, okay? So that's our news today. Discord, guys, shout outs to the team over here using the trade ideas and signals to your advantage and helping you out. We had one come out here looking for a long at over 4,000. It ran 60 pips, and we'll see if we get anything else today. Okay, and yesterday we had some good moves on the indices right over here. We had the long on NASDAQ at 25,000 around 0.75, and it hit over 100 pips, okay? So it looked like this, where it came in, there was that dip, but if you stick with these psychological areas, these static levels, you can see again, it curled back up, volume closed above, you got a retest, and it moved up, took out this resistance, pull back. If you drew a line right there, I can do it myself, I can look, wick, wick, wick. If you drew a line or a box and you drew it across, you can see how the resistance eventually turns into support, and then that pullback came right into that support, and it continued to go for the next resistance level. So if you guys are utilizing the trade ideas, trade signals to your advantage, it's a learning curve. You got to learn how to utilize these. It's not just trade blind and just go in when you get something. You got to also look at the structure and take the content into factor of how it's moving, okay? These are just static levels that we should be looking at for either buys or sells, but we don't just go in blind. If you do, you're basically trading on impulse, and that's not going to get you too far in trading, okay? Guys, this is a free Telegram channel. It's pinned at the top of YouTube for you guys. There's over 200 plus viewers on YouTube. Thanks, guys, for joining. I appreciate you guys. If you guys can kindly hit the like button. If you're getting some value, if you're getting some good information out of our channel, it just costs you a like. Subscribe to the channel. We do appreciate it. And pinned at the top of the YouTube channel is a free Telegram channel. It's this one right here. So there is promotions and giveaways we have here at Stock Sniper Trading. These are some promos going on right now. Here's the link for all of our live YouTube sessions, and in advance we give you when we're coming up. So you have notice a day before of when we're going live, so to help prepare you. So we don't want to just last second just come on here unless you hit that notifications on YouTube. This was a blog we did last night on journaling. I want to talk about that. I asked you guys, do you guys do any journaling? Some of you guys will laugh and say, yeah, journaling's for losers. But no, it's not. It's actually journaling will really help you out. Serious trading takes serious journaling. This is your edge in the markets. Whether you want to do this or not, I can't force you to do this, but I'm telling you that it is very important. This could change everything for you if you do this. And I want to talk a little bit about journaling prior on this call, so you can get ready for the weekend, because this is the time when you want to review your journal and how to do it. We get a lot of questions, Ron, what should I add in my journal? So I'll quickly go over those things. And this was Dave's session. So Dave does a lot of post New York sessions with the team. He's not on YouTube. He's more private, so he's in the Zoom with the snipers. And if you want to join Dave, you're welcome to join the team, and you can join Dave over here on some post sessions. We talked about the trading toolbox and how that is beneficial to us as traders. And more blogs in here. Okay, so that Telegram channel is pinned at the top of the channel for you guys. And finally, this is our website, stocksnipertrading.com. If you would like to join the team, this is where you can join the team. Education wise, guys, it's more of a like self-taught education, but we have everything, you know, pretty much lined up for you guys. Courses, it's all categorized very neatly in what you want to learn about. If you want to learn, take a course on price action, it's laid out from start to finish for you. If you want to learn a little bit more about technical indicators or support and chart patterns, everything is right here. If you want more long form boot camps, these are 3 to 5 day boot camps on cryptocurrency, on intro to trading and psychology, Forex boot camp. And then finally, long form webinars. These are 2 to 3 hours long. You have a beginner, first to 10 webinars to get started. Then you got some more intermediate. And finally, you can get some more advanced webinars over here. We also have our super systems of trading. I'm going to continue with this. And this Sunday, guys, a reminder to everyone on Zoom, all of our lifetimers, we're gonna get back into this. I know it's Thanksgiving for us, but you know, it's early in the morning, so I will be doing my analysis anyways on Sunday mornings, and I'd love for the lifetimers to join on here, and we're gonna have some fun. 9:30 to 11 a.m. Eastern on Sunday morning, okay? And the free blogs are over here, everyone. Blogs right over here. You can go to blog and hear your blogs, okay? Another thing, guys, I just want to mention on our website too, you know how I use Forex Factory? If you come over here on calendars, you can come into your economic calendar or your news calendar over here, and has everything laid out. So, and it's got a filter, so you can filter out what you don't need. So over here, October 10, there's some news coming out of Indonesia, you know, car sales, mainland China, Italy has some news, some industrial output. So wherever you are around the world, you know, if you live in mainland China, this is your news. South Africa, we got some news today. Business confidence reports are coming out. In India, we have the FX reserves in India. Mexico has news. Brazil, Canada. Here's our Canadian news, right? I can filter it out if I don't trade anything to do with India, I can filter it out. I can just keep maybe North American news, Canada, and the US. Here are all of our US folders, you know, the University of Michigan. So everything is neatly laid out here. You know, it's, and then you can filter it to whatever you need, okay? So that's available for you guys on our economic calendars on the website up here, okay? Finally, guys, if you can like and subscribe to the channel, we do appreciate it. It shows us your commitment to us, and it keeps us here every single day helping you guys, okay? And guys, just before I get into the charts, it's still early, it's 6:20. I just want to go over our journaling blog, okay? So I know everyone is here for trading, but this is also important, and I just want to go over this, okay? So a detailed trading journal is an essential tool. Remember, we were talking about tools, toolbox. A journal is a tool that traders use to their advantage. It's just like having, you know, your measuring tape, your Fibonacci tool. A trading journal is another tool that we use as traders, okay? Helping us to track our performance, learn from past trades, and continuously improve our strategies. So we'll talk about some examples of what to include in your journal. And just think about this, okay? So number one, a trade date and time. If I took a trade yesterday, let's say at 8:35 a.m., then I know I waited for COMEX market to open, maybe was there any news. So date and time. So if I look back at my journal on Tuesday of this week, it'll show Tuesday, this date and time, then I know specifically what happened, what time it was there any news, anything, time and date. Record the exact date and time you entered and exited each trade to help identify patterns related to specific times of trading sessions. Then if I know that I'm making a lot of trades right at Wall Street market open, for example, and I'm losing, then maybe I gotta cool off on trading Wall Street market open. It's telling me something, or I gotta do some more research on how to trade market opens and things like that. It'll tell you right there a lot about yourself, okay? And then next is instrument traded. So if I look back on Tuesday, what was I trading? I trade US30, I trade NASDAQ, I trade gold, I trade various securities. What security exactly was I trading? So then I can start to narrow it down and start to pinpoint am I doing well with the security or am I not? So specify the asset. That if you're trading in the stock market, what is the ticker, right? If you're trading Meta, it's META. If you're trading Tesla, it's TSLA. What is the ticker? Forex pair, is it XAUUSD? Is it USD JPY? What is the Forex pair? Commodity, whatever it is, index, what were we trading? This helps in analyzing which instruments work best with your strategy, okay? And then number one, and then third is position size. Document how many units, contracts you bought or sold. This assists in managing risk and position sizing effectively. So if I look back and I see that you took 10 lots and you traded gold and you blew up your account, then we're going to start to look, well, maybe you had the right, the trade setup idea, but you just over leverage your account with 10 lots where your account does not allow you to do that. So one little drawdown and that's it. And so we got to look back, and this is how we can dissect and fix things, okay? Your entry and exit points. Note the price at which you entered and exited the trade. This is crucial for calculating your risk to reward ratio and understanding price movement. Number 5, what was the direction of the trade? Indicate whether the trade was long, were you in a buy, or were you short and you were in a sell. So this will tell a lot about your trade. 6, stop loss and take profit levels. Record where you set your stop losses and take profits. Review these to see if they were appropriately placed or need adjustment. Sometimes all it takes is just adjustments. Sometimes we all have the right direction. We go into the trade and we get stopped out, and then it just continues to go in our direction and we're left there scratching our heads. And then all we got to basically do is maybe just give it a little room to breathe, and then lower your sizing to allow it for more. And as long as you had the right direction, right? And it's part of the journaling. If we just go into a trade and we get stopped out, we had the completely wrong direction, and then that's a different conversation we're having. So if we're journaling and we see a lot of our losses are trades that are going directly right into our bias, it's not that we have the wrong bias, we have the right bias. It's just maybe we just got to work on just correcting our risk management, and we can turn right there from a losing trade into a profitable trade. And sometimes it just takes that little finessing, those little tweaks. But if we don't review this, how are we going to know this going forward, right? So it takes time to just learn from our individual mistakes. What strategy did you use on that specific trade? Maybe on Tuesday I used a different strategy. Maybe I did a break and retest strategy. Maybe on Thursday I took an impulse trade. Maybe on Friday today I looked for a double bottom setup and I bought the second bottom. So there's different strategies. So example is a breakout, mean reversion. Was it a news base? Did I trade on news right at market open and there was high impact news and I went into a trade? That's everything has context. This helps assess which strategies are working and which aren't. Number 8, market conditions. Note relevant market conditions. Example, trend direction. Was I trading with the trend? Was I trading against the trend? A lot of times some traders don't even know if they're trading with the trend or they're countering the trend. And again, they get stopped out and they haven't reviewed it. And then I said, well, the trend is bullish. Why are you going against the trend, right? And we can learn from that, okay? Volatility. Were you trading a high volatile moment in the market? Were you trading a high impact event? That can affect your profit and your losses. Maybe we need to start to control our trading during volatile events. Was there any economic announcements? Was there any high impact news that you were trading? Anything. So if I know that I'm taking a losing trade and there was an economic high impact folder, maybe then I got to learn to maybe slow down trading at next week's economic announcements. Or tread careful, take feeler trades until I start to see the bias and everything. Once the volatility has surpassed, then I can start trading. This information can show how external factors impact our trades. What was the rationale and the setup? Write down why you took the trade. Why did you take that trade? Was it because your friend called you on the phone and said to take the trade, or you got a signal from your signal group and you went in blindly, or did you actually map out the trade? Did you do a top-down analysis? All of these things. What was your rationale behind it? Okay, I see a lot of traders are just trading blind on YouTube. Anytime I just come on YouTube, everyone's saying, "Ron, just what do I do? Do I just buy or sell? Buy or sell? Buy or sell?" And I'm like, you're not going to go far in trading if that's your mentality. That what type of rationale is that? Just calling up someone and asking them, "Do I buy and sell?" You got to do the legwork. You got to Put in the time and start to do some work, okay? Write down why you took the trade. Include technical or fundamental analysis insights. Write all these things down. This reflection is key to understanding decision-making processes. Number 10, emotional state. This is huge, guys. Emotions control our trading unless you can really keep your emotions in check. Record your emotions before, during, and after the trade. You saw last week I was having a little difficulty with my emotions. I was going through a death in the family, and it was devastating to our family, and I tried to come in the markets, and I told you guys I couldn't think straight. I had to just walk away. You guys remember I didn't even trade Wall Street. Right after Comex, I took a couple losses, and I said, that's it, I'm done. I'm emotionally not there. I wrote that in my journal. I went over it last weekend, and you see how I'm a different person because I wrote it down, I saw what was wrong, and I said to myself, I cannot do this again. My emotions got the best of me, and that's why I had some difficulty trading last week, and I've improved it drastically this week. So, but I wouldn't be able to do that if I didn't write some things down, right? So anxiety or overconfidence can impact your decisions. So identifying emotional trends is vital with yourself too, and your emotional states, guys. You gotta control your emotions in trading. Otherwise, it can get out of control, and it can spiral out of control very fast. Okay. What was the outcome of the entire trade? Okay, state whether the trade was a win, a loss, or a break even. Those are the only three results that we can have. We either win, we lose, or we break even. Or it could be a manual, you exit the trade yourself without even hitting a win or a loss or a break even, but you got to write that in your journal. I do that from time to time. Maybe I like this setup at first, I get in and it's just, it's just hovering around, it's consolidating, and then I just exit the whole trade because I just want to clear my mind and move away from it. But I write those things down. I write that down in my notes saying that I manually exited the trade at this time. I was trading this security. Then when I go back and review it, then I look at what that could have been the outcome. Did I do a good job getting out of the trade? Was it worth it? Or did I make a mistake? Things like that. Calculate the profit or loss in both dollars or percentage terms. I like more percentage or points or pips or ticks as opposed to dollar figures, because dollar figures are different for everybody depending on capital size. 12 performance metrics. Okay, so win-loss ratio, the number of winning trades divided by the number of your losing trades. What is the profit factor? The ratio of gross profits to your gross losses. Your average win or loss, average amount gained on a winning trades versus the average loss on losing trades. Some of you guys might be profitable, take more winning trades than losing trades, but your winning trades, you're exiting very fast and you're not realizing the full potential of the profit. For example, let's say we get in a profitable trade and we get out early and we make $10, okay? And we have good win rate, we can do that. But what happens if we take, we only have a few losses, but our losses are $50? So, we're not adhering to proper risk management. We're allowing the trade to go further and further down. And then you can see we have on paper, we've got good W's. We have more W's than we do have L's, but our L's are just overwhelming. They're so much bigger than our wins because we're just allowing ourselves to go into deeper and deeper drawdown without accepting the loss, right? Until it gets out of control. And those, I have traders all day that say, Ron, I got great W's, but more W's than I do have L's, but my L's are just overwhelming. And so, we have to, right there, that's a problem. We got to fix that, right there. That's where we have to stop trading, and we have to figure out, why do we have more W's than L's, but the losses are overwhelming our wins? Okay, then we have to maybe learn, why are we getting out on our winning trades so early, and why are we leaving our losers to go so much further into drawdown? So that's a mindset. That's a psychological shift we have to change in our mindset, and it takes time, and we have to work on that. But if you don't recognize that and you continue trading like this, you're gonna continue thinking that you have more W's and you're doing well, but you're constantly losing more money on your losses. Okay, so it's not always do I have more losses and more wins. Sometimes we got to look at the overall results as well. So, and then your R&R ratio, compare the risk taken to the reward earned. Okay, and then lessons learned. For every trade we take is a lesson. Every profitable trade is a lesson. What did we do well? Can we learn from it? Every loss is a lesson. What can we learn from it? Every break even is a lesson. Every single day trading is a lesson in the markets. Every week. This week is a lesson in the markets. Last week was a lesson for me. If anyone goes through a death in the family, stay the F out of the markets. I'm telling you, learn from my lesson. Until you're mentally prepared to come back, you went through the grieving process and you're ready to come back mentally prepared. So that was a lesson that I personally learned myself. So hopefully we're learning lessons as well. Reflect on what you did well and what could be improved. Always, I'm a big I critique myself every single day, even when I do the right trades with minimal to zero drawdown, it goes into profit, and I do a good job. I still critique myself. What could I have done better? Did I get out too early? Did I, take out 80% way too early? Like, those are things that I'm constantly trying to improve on as a scalper, to hold trades for longer duration, right? Though that's my thing that I'm working on, right? So identify any mistakes and consider how to avoid them in the future. Take screenshots and upload your charts. With TradingView, you can copy the chart, the link, you can add it to your spreadsheet, and you just click on it, and then it will bring up the exact, all of this we're talking about with a chart, and then you can show you exactly when you're reviewing it. So you're not just looking at notes that you're jotting down, you're actually looking at screenshots of the setup, the chart, the way how you did your top-down analysis, and then maybe you can look at the broader picture and start doing some back testing. So take screenshots of your charts and upload the links as well. So attach your screenshots of your charts highlighting entry and exit points, including annotations if necessary, and visuals can provide clarity on market setups and assist in post-trade analysis. And then finally, a rating system. I do this myself. Okay, so I assign a rating for the overall trade. Example, was it an A plus? An A plus is perfect, right? If we go to school and my son gets an A plus in math, he got, 95 to 100%. A plus is nearly perfect. So was your trade flawless? Like you take it, you waited patiently, you saw the setup, you got in, there was zero drawdown, it went directly right into profit, you managed your risk, you went to stop. Everything worked out perfectly. That's an A plus. If you just the worst trade you can do is an F. A lot of us trade maybe B plus, a C setup, or you can do it if you don't want to do this type of rating. Just do a scale of 1 to 10. 1 being the worst, 10 being perfect. Was it a 7.5? Was there some things you could have done better? Was it 8.5? Just a rating system, and just be honest with yourself. And then if you see a lot of 5 out of 10s, then we got to do some improvements. If you look at your journal and a lot of them are A plus or 10 out of 10s, you're doing fantastic. But we got to give ourselves an honest rating, right? And then review and summary section. So regularly review your journal, weekly, monthly, quarterly, to spot recurring themes or issues. Summarize your findings and outline action steps for improvement. I do all of my journaling post trading. So, like at the end of the day, I take 30 minutes, 1 hour, quickly. Sometimes I do it right after our live call. I just go in there and I just input it. Sometimes I just write it down on a piece of paper. A lot of you guys do Monday to Friday trading, and maybe Saturday or Sunday on the weekend, you start to review your journal. That's what I also do too. I write it in there, and then I review over the weekends. And then I make my adjustments right away. I don't allow them to continue to compound. Right away. If I see myself a rating and I give it a 5 out of 10 and I screw it up big time, then I got to fix that issue right away. Because if I don't, I might do the same mistake next week and the week after. And then it just constantly compounds, okay? So this is kind of just a really quick example entry, like the date. Okay, so this is just hypothetical, I just made this up. I took a trade here on September 15, 2025. So I know right now the date, the time, everything. What was the instrument? Euro USD. What was the position size? 50,000 units. What was my entry point? At 1.1040. What was my exit point? At 1.11. What was the direction? I was in a buy long. What was my stop loss take profit? My stop loss was set up at 1.1020. My TP was set at 1.1120. What was my strategy? It was a breakout above resistance level. Also, I waited for a retest with confirmation, so I know I didn't take an impulse entry. I actually waited for it to break and retest. That shows a lot, because if I just put strategy was a breakout, did I just take an impulse trade? Did I wait for the confirmation? All of this thing. So maybe that will help as well with my, if I just took an impulse trade and it went to drawdown, then I know, why am I trading impulse? Market conditions. There was moderate volatility. There was ECB, the Euro Central Bank meeting was upcoming. So I was trading before a high impact news event or a meeting. So that's like kind of the economics. What was my rationale behind that trade? I entered on confirmed breakout above a key resistance, and there was also positive Eurozone data, which supported the bullish sentiment move. What was the emotional state? I was confident but cautious due to the upcoming news. Like the setup was, I was confident taking it. That was, so it wasn't like I was, humming and hawing or guessing. I was confident with the setup, with the technicals, but I was cautious due to the upcoming news from the Eurozone. It could have impacted that trade, and that could have gone to drawdown or hit stop loss just due to that economic folder. So the outcome, what was it? You won 60 pips. If you want to put a dollar amount, $300 profit. What was the lessons learned? Patience paid off waiting for the confirmation before entering. Need to be more aware of news volatility. So you see, even when you take a profitable trade, you did everything good, still see how you can critique yourself. Maybe then you got to be more aware. This trade went in your direction, but it could have very well went against you with this upcoming news. It could have, like the setup was perfect, but as soon as the news hit, boom. Like I remember last week, I was in a trade prior to COMEX. I was up 35 pips. It was a good setup, a great trade, but as soon as 820 opened up, it was a bearish ignited candle that just came right down and hit my stop loss. And it was a great trade, I was up, but I should have been more aware of COMEX market opening up, and or maybe I should have taken my stop loss to break even prior to news, or I should have scaled out a little profit right prior to COMEX. So I learned from that, and I adjusted it for this week. I would not have learned if I didn't write that down, right? I would have forgot about it. A lot of us forget things. As you get older in life, you're going to forget things. I can't remember my trades yesterday. If I don't write it down, you're going to forget these things. Let alone remember what I did yesterday. I can't even remember what I was trading 2 weeks ago, 1 month ago, 6 months ago, okay? But it's all on paper. I can go back. If you ask me, Ron, how did you trade on June 23rd? I'll go right into my journal and I'll show you exactly time and date, security, everything. Like I've got it jotted down, right? So we got to continue to do this, guys. If you want to take trading a little bit more serious, you got to treat it as if it's a business. So this is how you can take it to the next level. And finally, what is your rating? Did you give it an A or a 9 out of 10? Do you have any screenshots attached with annotations? And then finally, by consistently maintaining such detailed records, traders can systematically analyze your performance, refine our strategies, and become more disciplined and effective in trading endeavors. Okay, so does that help, guys? I hope everyone this weekend can maybe think about this. Maybe just one each day this week. If you traded Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, let's say you took 3 trades on Monday. Maybe don't analyze all 3 of them. Just do one. Just get it started. Get your feet wet and just do one analysis for 1 trade on Monday. If you took 5 trades on Tuesday, you don't have to do all 5. Just pick one and just start slowly doing, so you can have notes for every single day, right? And then if you're taking like 20, 30 trades a day, you can see how busy your journaling can get, but you are basically over trading unless you're like a 1-minute scalper. You kind of want to look for quality over quantity. So if you're looking for 3 quality setups a day, and you're waiting patiently for those setups, you can see your journaling doesn't take too much effort, right? And you can really learn. But if I'm taking 30 trades a day, I probably won't even journal. Who's going to have the time to journal 30 trades, right? I can tell you right there, you're over trading. So try and stick to looking for 3 solid A+ setups a day, even if you have to wait hours for those setups. But I promise you, your win rate might increase and you might gain confidence, okay? So that's available on our blog session, guys. Sorry to take so much time to do this, but I know what's important for traders, and this is important, okay? And I salute those that are taking journaling serious, and I've seen some of your journaling, and I'm impressed. Like, wow, like the way how you guys do it with spreadsheets and everything is excellent, okay? Okay, guys, so good morning. Thanks for everyone joining. Welcome everyone on Zoom. Zizi, welcome. Ferdinand, good morning. Mikey, Sonia, good morning. Micro, welcome. Thanks, guys. Kira, good morning. Chris, good morning. Sergio, welcome. Alex, good morning. Bridge, Conrad, Ibrahim, welcome, brother. Welcome, guys. MH, SSDN, Nigel, good morning. Good. Bridge, you'll be working on your journal today? Excellent, excellent. You know, don't overwhelm yourself. Just take some baby steps. Just get started. For someone who's never, ever done a journal, you can get started by just learning those topics of those are things that you should be, you know, maybe considering. That's a good start for someone. And everyone on YouTube, thank you guys for joining as well. I appreciate you guys. Wimantha, welcome. Zablon, good morning. Thank you for joining. Ritik, welcome. Thank you for joining. Trading Upwards, good morning. Thanks for joining. Welcome, guys. Jay, good morning. Thank you, bro. I appreciate you. Awesome. I appreciate that, man. Thank you. Jay, you're awesome. Thank you, bro. I appreciate it. Thank you, guys. And everyone on YouTube, thanks, guys, for joining, okay? Let's hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, hit that notification button. Let's get started. We're going to do a top-down analysis on gold now, okay? It's 6:45, and we're going to start daily, bring it down to the 4-hour, hourly, down to the 5 minutes. Hopefully some of you guys already have your top-down analysis done. Maybe we can start to, you know, match up zones or points of interest together. And again, yesterday I asked some of you guys are just learning with me. You guys are doing it while I go along. I'm going to try and not go as fast so you guys can learn, but let's do this together, okay? So this is how it's moving right now in the 5 minutes. We're more concerned on higher time frames. So let's start off on the daily. And okay, so we've talked about this for a long time, you know, but we had yesterday was a bearish engulfing candle, okay? So remember we were talking yesterday's call about the ceasefire, things like that. It just took a while to, you know, it was simmering, it was marinating. Then finally when it dropped down like an elevator coming down. So, and right now it's kind of building itself right back up, maybe to trade into that point of control of yesterday's bearish volume. So we're going to analyze all of that. But before we get up there, you know, you got this structure down in here. Hopefully, you know, I talk about this on a daily basis, but you guys know what to look for in here. So that was that previous all-time high of 3,500 right over here. And you can see, guys, just quick recap. When something is resistance, and as soon as volume closes above, it can momentarily turn into support, right? We look at that on the 5 minutes. I always talk about that cut line, that red line I always talk about. And then over here, you can start to see 2 bars show you where you can consolidate some volume. So that's all it takes. And once you do it, again, get in the habit of stretching it into the future, because if you did, you would have been ready for a possible double top drop. And if you continued in the future, again, you could have sold that leg coming down. Again, in the future, you can see that that was a fake out on a Friday over the weekend. Gold faked out next week. Again, stretching it into future. You have another opportunity where it closed above, but it was a Tuesday, Wednesday, bearish engulfing candle. That's a midweek reversal. Continuing, again, we came in here mid-August and it dropped again. Finally, you can see that this big red zone with that bar again closing above now, August 29, end of August, then we can flip the zone into a green zone. And you can continue to stretch that zone into the future. And this may act as, if gold ever comes back down in the zone, it could be a zone of support or demand, where buyers are waiting to buy a pullback. Imagine gold comes back down to 3,400, we could be buying in there, right? And then you could look at overall what was the type of trend. So you can see it was in an ascending trend, and it came up, back down, came up, down, came up, down, came up, down, came up, down, but it's still ascending. It's making those higher lows. The depth of market is strengthening below us, and then finally it had the accumulation and it squeezed out, and there's that big all-time high squeeze. And since then we've been moving. There's been slight pullbacks, but it's not been like market crash or anything like that. Just, you can even see on these daily candles where it came down the wick and went right back up. This candle came down, went right back up. Here was two-day sell-off, but it came right into a supporting area and ran right back up. So even yesterday, we had a big bearish engulfing candle yesterday, and is it continuing to just drop? No. So you can see we have a wick and a wick in this area of support, and that's where I'm going to draw a green zone, and I'm going to stretch it into the future, right, when we get up there. But I want everyone to train your eyes to see like flags in the markets, consolidate volume. Right over here, I've consolidated this zone for multiple weeks and talked about it, and I'm constantly talking about this because I want to show you what to look for, so you can train your eyes what to look for. Yes, I could have put it all the way up to the highest range of that wick, and I could have made my zone that big as well, but that defeats the purpose of it. The purpose is to try and consolidate the volume as much as you can. So right here, got a little bit of blue volume. That was a big bullish candle, but then it turned down into a shooting star, and look at where the volume closed. Next day again, look at that bullish body of volume, still hanging around in the zone. Finally, it started to break above. We had a little bit of a breakout, and then look at the pullback. 2 days pulled back, right back into that green zone, then we continued. So that again is holding as support. You stretch it into the future. We have another flag right up here where it came, and then the market just stalls. It goes up, bullish, comes back down, bearish, goes back up, bullish, those two bars. So you can see I can trap this range right here. Same thing. See how you trap it? And then it's a bull flag. Anytime you can recognize a flag pattern, then that's basically a zone, you know? Just another word is a flag is a zone, okay? Don't get caught up, preoccupied with these names of whatever things are, okay? Just look how easy it is. Just box the volume. Okay, and stretch it into the future. If the volume is above that box, it's a green box. The reason why I do that is to show you that it could be buyers, support, or demand, whatever you want to call it. Okay, if I can find a box maybe below us in a selling market, right, and we can talk about those as well. But right now we're dealing with a lot of bullish momentum, so a lot of bullish flags. Again, right here, see where the market moves up single bars, and then it kind of just consolidates. It stops right there, consolidates, stops right there. This is where, you know, I could have just done again those little skinny bars right there and done that. But what I see now is a wick and a wick and that body going right up there and then starting ignited. So this could be a zone to that body right there. And again, I have another zone, right? And then I can start to see a big bullish ignited candle Monday, October 6th to start this week. And we pushed. There was Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. We had that big bearish candle. And now are we coming back up? Are they going to go again? Are they going to go out for a new all-time high? Or is it going to come right into 50% and then start pushing down today's volume? And then we might be selling off. This might be preparing for next week to maybe come down, this leg to come down into this box. Guys, you know, we can maybe visually see what's going to happen. Okay, so we've already made this move up. They brought it down yesterday, but it didn't come yesterday and today all the way down into there right now. Like it's not another bearish bar already coming down. So they've already stopped it right here. There's a wick, and then now the volume is coming back up. So is it going to go all the way back up for a new all-time high? Are we going to trade into 50% point of control? Are we going to come up to the point of interest right there to the resistance? And then is it going to be an M coming back down? And this is our neckline right here to break. And if it breaks, we could be coming all the way right back down into that green zone. And when it gets in there, that could be the first opportunity maybe to, you know, continue to buy. Or if it breaks this, we're going to flip that zone red. It might be coming back in there, and then they sell it back down to this zone, right? And then we're just going to trade from one zone to the next zone, okay? So let me just continue, guys, okay? Are we all following along? So right here, this is where you can notice, see how I have a wick right here, a wick right here, and a wick right here. If I just draw a line to show you, like right in this area, you see right here, 3,940.43. there's a wick, and a wick. I've got like a body right here and a body right here. If we do it from this first pullback day, here was a pullback day, it came down bearish and stopped right there and went right back up. Yesterday we came down and just above this yellow line, it went back up and closed right there. Today we opened, we came back down, and it's kind of like equal bottom lows with yesterday, and it came back up. So you see we have not broke below this yellow line. So what I'm going to do now is with this bullish volume on this Monday on that bar, see how I'm coming up to the next body right there, and then I'm stretching it into the future. Then I can clearly see yesterday we traded right into that green box and it went back up. Today we've traded in that green box and it went back up. So the same size zone, same green box, stretch it into the future for the remaining of today and maybe starting Monday and next week, right? If we stay above this, we could continue to go back up. As soon as we start to break this, look, it's going to be possibly a clean fill coming down into this body of candle. There's no traffic. So if there's selling pressure, it could be a big black candle that just fills, comes back down into here, into this green zone, okay? One point of interest that I would watch if it's coming down black through here is where's 50% of this big blue candle? That's one thing that we do have to recognize. How do we recognize it? Get your Fibonacci tool from the opening price, put it right to the closing price, right there, okay? And then I can see my point of control, but more importantly, that 50%. So I draw a yellow line right at that 0.5, and I get rid of the fib tool. And then now I know, okay, that if we start dropping down and it breaks and it comes down bearish, 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 I want to see if that daily candle can grab a wick there or find some buyers there, and will it bounce back up. If it comes right here and cuts through this, it's got a high probability it's going to come right back down and transact right at the top of this green box, or right at 50% of that green box right there, okay? And then you're cutting that blue candle in half, right? And that's just me guessing where's 50% of it. If you don't want to guess, we shouldn't be guessing, right? Just grab your fib tool and measure that entire green zone. Remember, the green zone was made this size for a specific reason. I didn't guess the size of the green zone. So when I'm looking at 50%, it's very accurate of that zone right there, okay? Got that, guys? And then when we're done that, we can get rid of our fib tool and continue charting, okay? So you can see sellers came in there, buyers pushed it right back up. Yesterday came right in there and they pushed it right back up. Today it came in there and they pushed it right back up. So that's telling me that there's support, they're supporting this move, they're supporting that move, and they're supporting that move. With over time, support can turn into demand. That's why I stretch this green box into the future to see if it's going to continue to be demand going forward. Right now it is showing us that the buyers are there, okay? Now, look at our high wicks. They look like pretty much equal highs. Not technical equal highs, but that's our all-time high on gold. Right there. 4,060. And we came up there on Wednesday, all-time high, and they pushed it right back down. You look at how we opened yesterday. Remember, we were in the buys when it opened during the news, so maybe they just wanted to come up and liquidate a little more. And then after a couple hours, you know, they let the news simmer. Ceasefire, great, no more war in Gaza, all of this, and then gold sold off yesterday, okay? But look now, okay? So we have a little bit of a zone. Remember what I tell you guys, it takes two bodies to identify a zone. And what you do is, that's equal highs, okay, all-time high. They didn't break it. They could have easily broke it out yesterday just for a little more, and it would have created that higher high. Remember when I say, guys, when we're in a buy, even if it creates a new higher high, that can change the whole depth of market below us, and that can continue to move the trend upwards. Well, now we have equal highs. So now they've stopped that. So now there's no more higher highs in the market. There's equal highs. So it could be they're establishing a resistance point now. The sellers are not allowing it to go any higher. Whoever sold the all-time high is protecting their all-time high position by not allowing it to go any further up. Do you guys understand that? I know this type of analysis might go over someone's head and not understand this, but you got to understand, if you were a big seller, think about you were a big, huge institution, okay, and you sold gold at the all-time high and you want to short it down, and it came right back up there. So your job is to not allow it to continue to make a new high, It's exactly what I just said 30 seconds ago. So then you put more offers exactly where you initially shorted the market, or you make a lower high and you try to short it lower, right? So this tells me a lot. Just those 2 days, those candles. Now what I do is I attach a box, right? From the orange line, where? To the bodies, where we closed on Wednesday and where we opened on Thursday. So let me just show you. I'll make it neutral. Does everyone follow me? Because I know I talk fast, but I want you guys to understand this, okay? I'll pause the stream right now. I have to know that you guys understand why I placed a box there. If you understand this, you're well on your way. You got it, Mikey? Alex, welcome from Romania. Thank you. Appreciate you, bro. Alex, understood? Got it. Good. What color should we make it? I like colors, okay? So I like colors. I represent sellers with a red color, right? Like a resistance. So I make it red, okay? So you see how sometimes it just takes 2 candles. Now, just stretch this into the future, right? Because if we revisit this zone, let's say even today, if gold continues to come all the way up, we're trading right back in there. So it's got a high probability it might come in there and go back down, right? If this seller who's already put 2 equal highs in the market, then maybe they're going to continue to protect it and push it down. It might be, let's say, a lower high right there and push it down. Okay, what happens if it's a lower high at 50% of that big base volume? Okay, so but then if the buyers prove to me that they get it up there and they break it out, okay, then this analysis is void. It's invalid now, because now I see if they broke out for a new higher high, and then I look, is it an impulse, a liquidity grab, and then they bring it back down? That could be a clue that to short the market. However, if it, again, go through the motions. If it goes up there and closes above, then what I do is, if it closes above there, this same zone, I don't change the size of the box, I just change the color. If it closes above, now that zone could be where buyers are positioning themselves, because now it's got a confirmed candle that broke for a new all-time high and volume closed above. So now buyers who wanted to buy down here are probably wanting to get in here, so they start putting pending orders in here. And when it comes down for the retest and the confirmation, then that's where the green zone could turn red to green, and then the buyers continue buy it up, and we got new all-time highs. Okay, we'll entertain that when we get volume either breaking out of here or trading up there. Right now, we are nowhere near that location. So this is a supply zone that we're going to put for remaining of today, and maybe going into next week, and maybe next month, and go into the end of the year, right? We might be now just consolidating in here, maybe creating another flag in here, okay? So now what we got to do is, yesterday we opened, we came up there, equal highs, all-time high, 4,060, and then it was bearish, came down to the opening balance, and big drop yesterday. I took some additional shorts yesterday on gold. It was kind of easy as a scalper with all of that volume falling. Guys, it was easy yesterday to look for some sells. And then it came down. Okay, so we came into 50% of that bullish candle, the point of interest. What happened? Sellers overwhelmed them, continue come down. We came down. We got to the opening balance of yesterday's big bullish ignited candle on Wednesday. It took it out and it continued all the way down there. When it came down there, there was a rally that came right back up, and look at where the volume closed now, okay? So now we're getting points of interest on the daily. Yellow lines, okay? So again, guys, if you're following me, I encourage you to follow me. Put a yellow line at the close of yesterday's balance, and look at now how it transitioned into the open. So look at the number 2, okay? So I don't make these things up. Everyone says, Ron, you're making these numbers up on a daily basis. I am not. You're seeing where I'm placing my lines at critical areas, and look at the number, 3,975, right? Those are those transactional zones in an auction. Those 25, 50, 75, 100. 125, 150, 175, 200. On and on and on. This goes on every single day. Like, it's non-stop. Once you start to learn the psychological numbers and the auction theory behind trading, it's going to make it that much easier for you. And it's not that complicated, guys. It's just whole psychological numbers, right? And that's all it is. It's nothing too complicated. Now, I also look, did they gap down and open? Did they gap it up? Because sometimes they do that. They did not do that. So I know it was a clean open. And when it opened today, now we're walking through today's market, right? So it was initially bearish. It continued with selling pressure. When it came up, normally the momentum will continue to go back up, but it didn't in this fact. It opened bearish, ignited today, and it came down bearish, 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 and look at today's lowest point. So I'm going to place a purple line at today's lowest point so far. And then what I do is, I see it came into the green zone, but look, it's technically above yesterday's wick, and it's technically above that wick. So I've got a higher low and a higher low. That's like if you want to draw a trend line from that wick to that wick to that wick, you see it's ascending. If it broke that yellow line, then there's a new lower low in the market, and that will interrupt and change the entire algorithm above us. Then the seller who sold the all-time high, then they might be lowering their offers down even lower, right? If it can break that low, and then also it disrupts the depth of market below us, because the buyers who are protecting this position, if it breaks right there, they might be we'd be waiting here for a buy, and then they see it's coming down, then they cancel their pending orders, and then they put it deeper discount in this green box. Then that opens up this area for more sellers to come in here and start pushing it down, right? That's how markets work. That's why I always look, is it equal bottom lows? Are they higher lows? Did they break for a new lower low? Things like that. So now I'm seeing buyers are protecting this green box here. And we can see even with today's lowest point. So when it got down here, lowest point, 3,946.47, buyers brought it right back up to the opening balance, flipped that entire big black daily candle, and look at, they flipped it, and now we're a bullish pin bar, and where we just got up there to the highest point. Now let's mark the highest point right now, okay? 4,007, James Bond, and when we hit there, there's a little bit of a rejection, but we still have some bullish volume above today's opening balance. So can the buyers continue to ask and trade at 007, James Bond up there, the daily high, and continue to move up this bearish volume here? Now what we got to do is we have to locate the point of control of yesterday's volume. It's a very important candle. It was a bearish engulfing candle that engulfed the previous day's volume, okay? So it kind of like swallowed it, like Pac-Man, you know, it swallowed that. So let's now measure, grab our fib tool. We're gonna measure the opening balance, that black opening balance. We're gonna go drag it all the way down to the closing balance right there, okay? So you see what I did? Just from right there to right there, right? Look at, guys, you guys tell me, where's the purple line? I'm not even gonna say anything. You guys tell me. Do you guys see that? Where's the purple line on the fib tool? Can you guys even see it or no? Where is it? Christoph, look at it. It's exactly at 50%. Look at it. 4,007, James Bond, right there. If you did this a little earlier, you could have maybe sold the highest point today with pinpoint sniper entry, right? So there it is, guys. I'm just showing you how this shit works, right? But now that's just locating 50%. We have our bearish point of control zone. So let's just take it up to the 618 and the 382. And there's our now zone, okay? So the wick has traded in there, and it's been rejected back out. So we figured out the point of control from yesterday. That's gonna be right now for today. Let's drag it into next week and still see if this selling point of control is still valid, if it's still holding, because then the market might continue to push down, okay? I want to see today if the buyers are strong and can penetrate through here, okay? So now we've got some daily points of interest. If it breaks, you know me as a scalper, if it continues to break this purple line and drive right up to the top of the red zone, you can place a yellow line there if you want, because that is a critical point of interest, 4,015. So I can do some grade 3 math in my head. 007, 215. What is it? 15 minus 7 is what? $8. That's an 80 pip zone. If we can just break today's high and get right up there, I've hit my daily goal. That's all I'm looking for, is just to fill right up to there. If it continues to break and fill, where could it go? It could go to the opening balance all the way up there. Also, what I locate is, now you see the zone structure. See how I have a red box, 50% of those two zones is right there. Why do I always do that? There's a specific reason why I do that. Look, it's also near 4,025. The reason why I do that is because if the seller here is serious and the buyers are bringing it up, and it breaks the point of control and it keeps coming up, the seller might want to sell it right there. Right there. Why? To produce a lower high so that it doesn't come all the way back up and test the upper supply zone and test this opening balance. Because then we've got a big blue bar coming all the way up and it's engulfing all of yesterday's selling volume, and then that's it. Then the buyers can continue to squeeze, fill those wicks, and then boom, it's a rocket right out of there. And this big short seller who's been selling the all-time high is screwed, and it's going to cause another short squeeze, and gold will continue driving. Okay, so this is already, it's kind of like a goaltender in hockey. This is your goalie. This is, you guys watch hockey, I'm Canadian. This is your goalie in hockey. He's protecting right now the net, right? He's got to stop all of this. And if he can stop all of this and push it down, then the red team wins and can probably redistribute to the downside. So this is like the goalie. Or in soccer, if you guys watch European soccer, guys, there's going to be a World War III game tomorrow, Saturday. Albania plays Serbia in the World Cup qualifiers. England has already qualified in that group, and Albania and Serbia are battling for that second place. The first game, the Albanian missed the penalty shot. Oh my God. So this game is in Serbia, and they're not even allowing fans in the stadium. So they have kids. It's like for charity. So there's no people fighting, and it's crazy. European football is a crazy sport, guys, especially in the Balkans. So that's happening. Okay. So, and my analogy is, this is like a goalie protecting this area right now. Okay. And right now the goalie is winning. Okay. But we'll see if it continues to come up through here. And that's why I have that point of interest exactly at 50%. So the way how I just guessed right there in the middle, we don't need to guess. Again, the mathematics is a beautiful thing. Just go from the top of that red box to the bottom of that red box. And you see Ron is pinpoint entry right at 50%. Okay. And that's how you can do this. Then you know that could be an area of resistance if it does break out. If I'm a buyer and I'm trading or I'm scalping from here and it's filling up blue, and it comes right up there, 120 pips. That's perfect. And get your money and get out, right? Because there could be a seller pushing it down there. That's how I do this on the 5 minutes. I'm showing you on a daily. If you want to be a swing trader, I'm basically doing your weekly analysis for you guys. So now we got to watch. Our daily candle is coming back up bullish, but we're trading in that point of control and they've rejected it back down. So we're also like kind of barcoding where it's blue or black. Are we coming up blue? You know, if you want to kind of trap this entire area, you found your flag right now on the daily, right? You can consolidate it and there's your flag where you trap in the bodies of volume. So again, there's 3 directions. Volume is going to move. It's either going to continue in this consolidated zone, it will go up, maybe it will come back down, you know, just trade inside here. Maybe next week buyers are going to accumulate more, and then we're eventually maybe going to break out, retest this, and we're driving for a new all-time high. Or next week, more sellers now are accumulating, and then they're going to break this green zone. They've tried right there today, they've tried yesterday, and they tried on this day, failed. Maybe they're going to have more momentum coming down. They're actually going to close it below there. We're going to flip that green zone red, and next week we're selling back down into here. Okay, so just like as if it's a 5-minute setup, same shit, but I'm trading 5-minute candles. These are daily candles, okay? These things take 24 hours to produce. There's 9.5 more hours to go. So when the day closes, that's why we got to do some weekend analysis. Where will this daily candle close? Is it going to close all the way up here? Is it going to close back down here? Will it close in this box? Where's it going to close? So that can help us understand where this security is going to move next week, okay? So now let's get off of the daily and let's now start dissecting this daily candle and break it now into increments. It's like we're going to divide this thing into pieces now. We're going to cut it now into 4-hour increments, okay? So now I'm breaking it. Look at the 4-hour. Now we see a pattern. We can recognize a pattern now. So it's not, when we look at the daily, it's just kind of like barcoding. The 4-hour tells me a different story. I see it come up, right up there, resistance, coming back down, support, neckline, coming back up slowly, right into that red zone. So here, is it going to be lower high and then the 4-hour candles are going to come back down? Or are these 4-hour candles going to break out of here, maybe get up to there? Then this turns, we invert it green, support, and then it could be driving back up to the all-time high, and then maybe they drop it down there, right? Or it could just break out, okay? So now we can start to watch now on the 4-hour, okay? And then I can see exactly the first time it hit the all-time high was Wednesday at 10 a.m., and then the second time it came up there for the equal high was yesterday at 6 a.m. Remember, we were in that buy, it came up there, and then we got out and we shorted it back down. And then they really they flushed it after our call, 10 a.m. They flushed it down, and now slowly it's coming back up. Okay, you can even look at the 4-hour wicks, how they're handling this green box. They're coming up, higher lows, higher lows. We had some spin tops. This is now Europe. Okay, so it represents 2 a.m. to 6 a.m. This is pre-London, so it opened. I can see it was initially bearish, but it came in here. It didn't take out that low right there, the lowest point of the day. So it's higher low, came back up to the opening balance, and you see it filled the previous, backfilled the previous wicks. It filled, that's kind of like the futures market, you know, the Asian session. It filled it. Now I can see Europe hit the exactly 50% in there, and that made the high and got rejected. This is our new 4-hour candle opening now when we opened our call, 6 a.m. 2 hours and 45 minutes to go. You can see it's a small doji candle. It opened. There was already a little bit of a pullback. It's still above 50% of the European volume, coming back up to the opening balance. And can we see it drive and fill that wick to get up to the purple line and break out a little further? Or are they going to reject it and we're going to push down? You can see that there's already a little bit of a fair value gap. See this 4-hour retracement, the lowest point, and then the previous one. You see right here, this little zone right here. You guys see that? The wick right now, the 4-hour candle that came down, stopped right there. Support went back up. And this wick that came up, that right there, the resistance, see this chunk of blue volume? It has not been transacted as of yet, right? So what we can do with that is I can represent it by a green to show that it is still could be buyers waiting to get activated, and we stretch it into the future. So that this area right here, exactly in between 3,990 all the way down to 3,986 has not been transacted. So if it comes back down in here, maybe these guys want to continue to buy it and bring it right back up. If it loses this, inversion, red box, selling down, okay? So right now it's still holding. And that's by looking at that wick and that wick. If I wasn't looking at the wicks, I would be doing my own style. I would be getting my Fibonacci tool from the opening balance because that 4-hour candle closed. There's the closing balance. I can see 0.5 is right there. So what I like to do with on 0.5s of the representing European volume is make a white line. A white line I know on my chart always represents either a 4-hour or a 1H. So I know that that's this white line represents 50% exactly of the European bullish volume, okay? And then if I wanted to draw my own zone would be looking like this. Again, the 618 to the 382, there's my zone, right? So that's the point of control of Europe. But if you want to do the fair value style, you got it to that wick, right? So that's what's going on right now. So we can continue maybe if you want to lift that zone just a little higher right there, okay? So we've found now our European point of control, right? So Right now it's still holding, still bullish, but we've got now a bigger wick to fill. It's not like it's a short wick and we're just driving. This is a bigger wick to fill and it's getting rejected at that bigger 50% line right there, okay? So we're gonna see, are they gonna push this thing back down and then short it back down the wick and then come trade into this green zone? Will it go back up? Or the seller's gonna penetrate right through this and start dropping it down to the yellow line, 3,975, to the top of the green box, 3,960, or to the lowest point today, 3,946, okay? So that's how the 4-hour candles are moving. And if you want to draw right now on your fib tool, just so you guys know, this is another way, from the highest points, those equal highs, to already where they've established a low, you can see now we're trading maybe in that golden zone. So you can grab your fib tool again one more time, place it up here, drag it down to the lowest point, which is right there. And then our first retracement should be the, you know, the 23.5, and then it goes to the 38.2, and you see there's the 0.5 and the 618. So you can see the whole retracement from this leg, that's from here all the way down, it's retracing right up, right into that golden zone. There's 0.5 in the 618, and it's our red box. So this is where, you know, if we just talk probabilities, it comes down, it's retracing back up, you know, the counter buy, and then it should come in here, and then we should see the next leg push down and break and drop down further, right? So we have like an A, B, and then we're looking for that C. Unless what will invalidate this is if these 4-hour buyers or this 4-hour volume closes above this zone, then we can maybe squeeze a little higher, and then we'll test for maybe a double top up there, okay? So this zone is going to be very crucial in today's trading of gold. Do I make myself clear on that? So you see, I even gave you another confluence of how to use the fib, and that's that golden zone, okay? So this zone will determine, are we going to sell back down, or are the buyers going to break right through here, okay? So this is a big zone today. Now what I do is, from the daily 4-hour, I break down the 4 hours now into single 60-minute increments, 1 hour. Look at the 1 hour. What pattern do you recognize? It looks like a double bottom, okay? So see when you're recognizing patterns now, see here, this is all one top. There's the neckline, came back up, second top, there's the big drop, there's the flag, and there's that dump, okay? And they dumped it down, and there's the bottom. There it came back up, resistance. There it came back down. You can consider all of this shit a double bottom. And there we're coming right back up. We just closed above the neckline, and look at on the hourly, we are flagging, consolidating. A bull flag has a high probability that it wants to continue to fill and drive. But this is a heavy red zone. So it's already got rejected. It got rejected and rejected. So it might come back down into here. You guys see what I'm seeing? Or is it just me? If you guys don't see this, you got to smoke some weed. It's legal where I am, and I smoke a lot of weed, and I can see this shit, okay? So you got to understand, guys. Look at it, okay? We're coming out of now a double bottom hourly move, which now has closed above, and we're flagging right now, okay? And we're going to see if we can continue to penetrate through here, or sellers are going to break it down in here. Bridge, you need to start smoking. So, yeah, I don't encourage it for everyone, but, you know, you're going to start to see some things that I see, okay? That's the secret, guys. That's the secret sauce, is I smoke some weed. But if we're seeing now what's going on here, like we are in an hourly trend coming up. You know how we can determine this? We can draw like a trend channel coming up like this. There's the channel we're in right now. So it came up, resistance, came back down, bottom of the channel. See, I don't locate it on the wicks. The wicks represent like an impulse move. Look at the volume, how it closed inside the channel. Again, this one broke. If you waited for that entire hour, it closed back in the channel and continued to go back up. So you see now we're trading right at that like kind of dotted line, the psychological midpoint of this channel. So are we going to continue to drive up to the top of the channel? If we do, then we know we're cutting through that red zone. But right now we're getting rejected and rejected. And if we lose this green zone, we might lose the channel today, and then we're dumping right back down to the opening price and maybe even further down. Okay, so guys, this is very interesting, you know, like where we are. Did you guys want me to leave that trend channel on? Do you guys like that? Let me know. I just did that so you guys can see what channel we're in right now. But overall, like this is shorter time frame, right? But the bigger time frame is, what about we look from here? Where kind of, let's look at this double bottom as just, or the double top as all just one big drop, okay? So look at it like that, coming down, and now we're coming back up, maybe into that red zone, and then that will start that bigger drop. So you can see this. The double top, it took 2 times to drop gold. That's how strong it was. It wasn't just one leg down, okay? So, but what I'm saying is, consider all of this shit as one top. So you see how it came in, and then double top, it needed 2 times momentum to drop gold. That's how strong it was. And then there's the leg coming down. So think of this as all one A, B coming down. Here's the C coming up, and we're coming right into there, which could negate the D coming down. Elliott wave theory, okay? You guys got that? So that could possibly happen, okay? So we gotta keep that in our mind, keep that in our bias. However, if these buyers continue to prove to us that they can break it out of here and they close above here, I am flipping that red zone green, and look how we could retrace right in there, and then boom, they squeeze all the short sellers again back up there. And it's gold, and that could very well happen. But if we're going with probabilities, I already see now. Let's see the hourly. This one was 5 a.m. It came in there. They pushed it down. It wasn't bearish, but it closed with a little bit of bullish volume. We opened again 6 a.m. This was the start of our call. We came up bullish right there, lower high. They brought it back down, closed. We've got some consolidating hourly volume. We just opened up again, came up, look, equal highs or a lower high right there, and they're pushing down. But we still have like this inverted hammer, this still bullish volume that continues by. We haven't, reversed this into a shooting star and start to push down. So like right here in this little shit area, you can kind of consolidate this area right here if you like, and then we're in a 3-hour flag, 3 hour of consolidation where we've got buyers buying, sellers selling. Buyers are buying right inside this little flag right here, okay? So now I'm not going to sit on the hourly. I'm going to move to the lower increments, 5 minutes, okay? Now you can see 5 minutes how, they came up, broke down, lower high, dropped it, bounced right back up. Here, see the trend. Okay, so you see the trend channel. That's the hourly trend channel. This is how the 5-minute volume is trading inside here. Came up, that was a red zone, back down to the green zone, came back up to that daily point of interest yellow line, back down, higher low off of the green zone. So, there is a little bit of support to support this long move. But now look at it. See the 5-minute candles? So see where we're trading? We're in between that big red point of control. We've got some supporting zone above us, and this is the top of that trend channel. This is the bottom of the trend channel, and we're just, we're like a tightrope right along the dotted line, right along the 50% psychological midpoint, okay? So I can see now when we broke out and we got to the highest point of the day, it was 545. They dropped it back down. It came up. I see no blue 5-minute volume closing above this red zone. I see a rejection. They dropped it, came back up, and they're dropping it right back down. So this could be like in itself a double top on the 5 minutes. If you look at it like this, it came up, one top, there's the neckline right there at the dotted line. It came up again, second time. So if it comes back down, that was a big black candle that was dropping, and then it came right back up, and the momentum is going back up. But if the sellers can get it right back down there, then it's easy. We're selling down to fill that wick, and maybe we're gonna sell into right there, into this traffic, where all of these bodies are right at that white line, hourly support. If I'm going to sell, I'm going to, scale out, take some profit, because I know it's a green box, and green boxes are telling me that it could come right back up, right? If it comes down and closes below there, that's a different story. Then I'm going to flip that green box red. We're coming in here. Maybe we're going to sell. There's the trend break channel, and then there's the daily point of interest, okay? You guys see what I see? Do you see what I see? This is what we got to look for, guys. You got to train your eyes. Also, there could be a little bit more of a squeeze. If the buyers can close above here, that resistance, we might even move further up to test this 4,002. Maybe test again today's daily high. Okay, so now to complement everything. Okay, I know the chart is busy. There's a lot of shit going on. We've got red zones, we've got yellow lines, purple lines. We've got all kinds of shit. And to make it even more confusing, I'm going to add a daily bar indicator to remind us today's daily open is right here, 3,975 opening balance right here. Remember when I told you when we opened 6 p.m. Eastern, Okay, now we can see when we opened right there, it's 1800, and it was just a clean drop. Look at it, just came down and went back up, came back down. There's the lowest point of the day, right after midnight, 12:10. There's the wick, and then since then it came right back up, came back down. It didn't revisit the bottom again, higher low on the 5 minutes. If you figure it out, see that big bullish candle? If you cut that candle in half, guys, you got to do this shit, right? If you just cut that big bullish engulfing candle at the lowest point of the day, it was ignited and engulfed. Right there, if you just cut it in half and you did your zone a little bit above, a little bit below, or you did that point of control, look it. You could have had an alert, and when it came right back in there, you could have bought, and look it. You could have hit your daily goal. But it's recognizing this shit and doing it, okay? I hate when someone says, well, Ron, it's easy to see when it already happens. I know it is, but do you see what I do every single day? I predict this shit, and I stretch it into the future, and I put an alert. That's what I'm saying. When you learn how to do this, you can be patient and disciplined to get paid every single day for the rest of your life. That's up to you. I'm showing you how to do this. But you got to know what you got to train your eyes to look for. That's why I said, guys, if you got to smoke a little weed, smoke a little weed. It will calm you down. It will keep you calm, cool, collected, and you can look at these things, okay? Can I explain which candles I cut in half? Yes, there is. You don't want to just do it with every single candle. Like, would you cut these candles in half? No, because they're garbage. They're spin tops. Would I cut any of these candles in half? No, because they're shit. You got to look at the important ones. This one, like, look, context, Alex. See when it came down here? Like in the previous Thursday, look at the big push back up. It came back down there, and look at the big push back up. So I know that there's something strong about this area. 3,950 or just a little lower. So right in here. And then when it came back down, you see they brought it back down. That's 3 times they brought it back down here. There was 1 time it went back up. 2 times it went back up. Here's the 3rd time. Big bearish candle. But look at the context of the candle, guys. See, it's a bullish ignited candle. It was bullish, 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 going against that big bearish candle. Bullish, 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 bullish. It swallowed it, engulfed it. Those are the type of candles, those big body candles, those unusually large candles. Grab your fib tool, opening balance. Takes 2 seconds to do this. Closing balance. I can figure out exactly 50% of the volume of that candle right there. I can also determine the point of control of that big body candle by doing a green zone within a green zone. I know the bigger green zone came from a higher time frame, but my 5 minutes are building a little bit of support in there. And then place an alert. Then look at when it came tumbling back down. Look at it just tapped right in there. Activated all of those pending orders. Do you know why it activated these? Remember FOMO? You see that big bar that closed above there and it just kept going? There was a lot of buyers that wanted to buy here, but they're more disciplined traders. They don't buy on FOMO. They position themselves with pending orders right back in there. And the market knows where those orders are. It wants to come back in there and grab those orders in order to take it further up. You need volume to move a security. This is gold. This is not Mickey Mouse. This is gold. You can't move gold to all-time highs without gathering volume. Good luck. So they need volume. They know that these buyers were here waiting patiently. The market came down, activated them, and then look at the results. You just speak for. And then what I also do is that same, like we're talking, Alex, same zone here. I'm stretch that zone into the future. What happens if we come back all the way back down here today and we revisit this same exact zone? We might be buying out of that same box again today, or maybe a little higher up here. That's why we got to stretch things into the future. That's why then we say, how did you get that in the that's how you can do that. You recognize it and catch it, okay? And the other, which candles are very important. Look here. See here this yellow line? The opening balance, okay? Guys, this is a good lesson. Please pay attention here. This is, see where it came up, and then you see how it went down. See how it came up? See how it's trading right around that yellow line, the opening balance, and sellers still controlled it, you know, pushing it down. Again, it came in there. Then they had that leg pushing down. And then now we closed above it right there. I can see the time of day, 4 a.m. Eastern, exactly. See that big bullish bar that closed above that yellow line? See how the yellow line is now representing 50% of that big bullish bar? Now, that is another big zone. That's the, and it's right at the opening balance. If this gold sells off right down there, that's where I'm going to see if the big buyers are there, right? And we can literally see there's a little fair value gap that's left behind. Where? How? Open it up. See that wick and that wick. The top of that big bullish volume, see right there? That's left behind. Untapped, unmitigated, whatever the fuck you guys call it. Untransacted, okay? So you see, there's that still that little bit of blue volume. As soon as it opened, it retested and drove. What about all of these pending orders that wanted to buy gold, but they didn't get a chance? So it's, again, pending block right there, right in there, okay? If you want to just, you know, open it up to the yellow line, right there. And that's representing the opening day balance. If the sellers continue to push all this down, the buyer's got to be there to protect that move. Otherwise, the daily candle is going to flip bearish and we're driving right back down our wick. Okay, so that's one way how you can do it. You can recognize and then look backwards. That was a red zone. It came in red, came in red, came in red, came in one more time red. That big bar 4 a.m. closed above. That's when you flip that zone green and there's left behind a little fair value gap. Now, another way how you can do this, very easy way, this is more of an easy way I recommend, is you see that that's the closing bar, grab your Fibonacci tool and go from the opening balance to the closing balance and look at the guys, this is too psychological. Like even I laugh sometimes. Look at the 50%. It's right at the opening balance from that big bar that was the significant statement bar that closed above, and you've got your own little zone right there, okay? And stretch it into the future. That we could be revisiting that today, okay? So you see, guys, those are the ones that you need to recognize. Don't do anything with these shitty candles. Like even with this is a big bearish candle coming down. If you look at 50% of that, again, when it came right back up, look, right in there, and they continue dropping it down. Look at big bar candles. Look at significant bars that close at higher time frame points of interest. That's the importance of doing a top-down analysis. And you see how our red box is still holding. Now it's coming down. So let's see if they're going to close it inside this green zone. Will they continue to come down? Will it come in here and go back up? But right now, you see it can start falling down, right? Okay. So are we good, guys? Holy shit, that was a big top-down analysis. It's 7:30, okay? But hopefully that helps you guys out. Again, if you want to add something to your chart, a 9 EMA indicator, you know, some of you guys use this. Our 9 EMA is right at our dotted line. We got volume below it, so it's short-term bearish. And then our 200 EMA, look at it, waiting right there. So if it dips back down, that's that. Remember that white line? That's our 4-hour point of interest coming from Europe. And our 200 EMA is right there too. So that's telling us there could be support there. So if it dips down in there, maybe we'll go back up. Okay, so let's watch this for a little bit, okay? Does that help, guys? The reason why I took my time on this, because I know it's Friday and we're going into the weekend, because I know it's review time and you guys can study. Like if you have to study this, learn how to do this. You got the whole weekend to learn this and we can start fresh again next week, okay? That's how I do it. I'm self-taught, guys, so you know, no one taught me how to do this. I stare at a lot of candles for the last 20 years of my life. Spent a lot of time staring at these charts, and I've learned just how price action moves, and it's very psychological. I wish someone taught me this early on, but unfortunately nobody taught me this because not a lot of people know about this stuff, right? Okay, so I'm just going again. That's a big bearish candle. It closed with volume below the structure, so that's a significant candle, right? Like right here, that point of interest on the 5 minutes was the neckline. It was holding the volume. That big bearish bar just physically closed below it, okay? So what I do is cut that big bar in half right there. Sometimes this is, I guess, when I'm on the 5 minutes or 1 minute, because I don't have the time to bring out my Fibonacci tool every single time. So you know, like I gotta you know, just look, open, close, that's about half of it, okay? And the buyers are bringing it right back up now, okay? So I hate trading this type of like volume. It just goes up, comes back down, It looks like it wants to break, even right there. That was a big bullish candle. They rejected it, and it should have sold right there on that next bar, but then it came right back up. There's a double top, and then that big bearish bar closed below that structure, and this one, it should have, opened and sold a little bit more, but it came all the way back up strong. But right there, they rejected it, lower high still, and the volume is below the point of control now. It came a little higher, but it's still a lower high, and look at now how they've rejected it. So this is going to close now in 2.5 minutes, and they could, absorb all those buyers and continue to drop this thing down. Okay, so this would be like kind of if it breaks and you want to go right away into an immediate sell, it's an impulse, but because it's closing in 2 more minutes. But you could go with the context of how it came up there and they rejected it all the way right back down. They flipped opening balance and is bear. So some scalpers take that right away. They'll take the sell just to go down, fill that wick, and start dropping down in here, go up 20-30 pips, and their stop loss could be right above the candle's own wick, or it could be right above that point of interest of that previous body. Okay, that's if you're going in taking it prior to closing, but there's also an intuition that goes with it too. Because I follow the volume, I see how it gets rejected and things like that. If you're not willing to do that, then wait for this full bar to close. Well, the bar will show us where it will close. It will close either above this red line, it will maybe close engulfed over this, or it will close down here, or it will just close like this, how it is. Then it's still below there. Next bar might open bearish again and start pushing back down. Okay. This is, again, the goalie. This is the goalie right here protecting this bearish candle, right? Remember we were talking about the goalie on the daily candle? This is the goalie protecting this 5-minute bearish volume. So this blue team is trying to score in the net and get it above there, okay? Sorry for that stupid analogy, but I know a lot of you guys watch European football or hockey. Any sport with a goalie. How about those Blue Jays? Sunday. Wow. Today, 8 p.m., guys. Detroit plays Seattle. Game 5, elimination game. Series tied 2-2. Oh, I want Detroit. I want Tigers. Because I can go to Detroit, watch the games, and I can go to Toronto. They're both 90 minutes away. I can go watch the entire American League Championship. Blue Jays are winning everything. They're going to beat the Dodgers this year. Any bets? Anyone want to make any bets? Okay, here's the close now in 17 seconds. So what do you guys think? What are you guys thinking? Do you guys think bullish or bearish? Bear, Armandi? Sievre Shipe? Armandi Kuye? Okay, look. See how it closed below? The goalie stopped it, and now it opened, ignited, bearish. Okay? But as soon as it came down, look, 50% of that blue candle, and the buyers are there protecting it back up. So are they going to flip this candle and push, again, that red line? But notice how it's still ignited. We talked about this. Remember I scalped that one quick trade at the end of yesterday's call? It kept ignited. So you see those sellers are holding the opening balance and continuing to penetrate down. That's what I just said that if it closes below there, the next candle could open bearish and come down with that momentum. So you see how that goalie protected the net right there? As a scalper, I see the red line. I see the bodies of volume. I'm already drawing my red zone. Sometimes I tell you guys it takes 2 bars to identify a zone. Right there is the zone. But now we got to see if the sellers can continue to fill these wicks and break it below here into the bigger green zone. So you see how now they're holding it down, right? And then as it came down, it's coming right back up. We might have to wait for a bearish engulfing candle to close engulfed below here to get that extension. But right now, the buyers are still in the market and bringing it right back up, okay? And the area here to trade is horrible anyways, but it's good for learning, right? We're learning price action. Okay, and then some traders go with the momentum of this candle. Like right there, that you could sell and just have your stop loss above that wick or just above this red box. And then you got to hope that there's continuing to bid down here and just drop a little bit, okay? We're looking to break these bodies. The point of interest right there. See how it's barcoding? Bearish, bullish, bearish. If I want to trap all this volume, this could be a bear flag, right? Bear flag has a high probability of continuing to move to the downside. Okay. If you gotta wait for the bar to close, wait for the bar to close. Do I consider, Christoph, do I consider an M pattern right now? If it is, yeah. Are we looking at this one, Christoph? Came up, one top, neckline like here, came up, double top, and then now, are you looking at this? Is that what we're looking at, Christoph? If that's what we're looking at, we've got to maybe close below here. Yep. Okay, so yeah, it is an M. But are they just going to drop it right now, like on impulsively, or is it going to kind of close and we get confirmations? Okay, so if you want to go on an impulse, these wicks are not too big. It could possibly fill those and continue to drop down. And I would be targeting, see that big bullish candle right there? About 50% of it right there. 3,988 and 88 cents, just like a Walmart price. And I could measure it right now. From there all the way down there is about 36 pips. Okay, so if you're in a sell, let's see if it will fill those wicks and come all the way right down exactly to 50% of this big blue bar. But I'm looking to see if you're not in impulse, if you're waiting, let's see if the sellers can close it below this zone because they've been struggling. It came down there, it went back up. It came down there, it went back up, started that first leg. And then it came down there, back up, came down. That was that bullish candle. Now they're coming down again. Okay, so this candle is going to close in 90 seconds. If we're not taking an impulse, we're going to wait for it to close. Okay. And then you see it got another wick and then went right back in. Okay, so that's why sometimes you got to wait for bodies to close. It gives you more context. Yes, in a while you're going to miss out on an impulse move coming down. It happens, but probability says wait for a bar to close unless you have strong conviction that it's going to go down. Okay, you just got to kind of feel it in the gut, right? Okay, so we got 1 more minute to go. Trading just off of basketball, which team? I've always been a lifelong Bulls fan, Michael Jordan, but since Toronto Raptors came into the mix and Jordan retired, I've been a converted Toronto Raptor fan. Okay? But lifelong Bulls fan. I went to United Center just a couple weeks ago. I got to touch the Chicago Bulls court. I got to take a picture with the statue there. It's a historic arena. Chicago is beautiful. But I'm a Raptors fan. My son's a Raptors fan. They're local. They're Toronto. Okay, here we go into the close. Oh, we didn't get lucky in 19. We did. There was a lot of injuries on Lakers, and Kawhi Leonard was. Let us enjoy it, bro. Let us enjoy it. Okay, here we go. Are we getting closing volume below there? Yes, we did. It opened bearish ignite, so it could just start dropping. But let's see if it will just quickly come up blue, just an initial retest right here. That's what we're looking for, just at that location. Retested, it's a doji candle. Can it continue to hold? Okay, there's the drop. We could also look for it to come into 50%. So you see how quickly it retested and just pushed down? I should have taken, I was going to click the sell. I was, but I missed it, okay? So I missed out on a quick scalp. Now that I missed out, do I want to just sell the lowest point and just FOMO myself to get in? That's it. I missed it, right? And that could have been the scalp right there, okay? So I missed it. You have to be honest with yourself and let yourself know you just missed it. 25, there it comes down, right down to that red line. If I was in, I'd be telling you guys I would be at a break even right now, and if it comes near this red line, I'm taking out 80%, okay? Very automatic. That I was going to hit the sell button. I was looking at the spreads, and I didn't. You got to be fast if you're doing single bar scalping. You see how it closed with the volume below? See how it opened? And it retested right there. And as soon as it broke, that's it. You could sell. You could place a tight stop loss at 50% of that volume or just above that zone. And you see how it came down targeting this zone right there. That's a full TP, 30 plus 35 pips right there. Guys, that's it. I didn't take it, but fuck. That's exactly what we look for, okay? And look, now you got continuation. Holy shit, right down to that 200 EMA. Whoa! Oh my God. Oh man. This is a joke, okay? I think they're doing this to us on purpose. Oh my God. What the hell? That's almost 100 pip drop. Are you kidding? Oh, guys. Wow. I was looking at my stupid spreads. Wow. Please tell me someone got in on that. That M, you know, the M, what you're talking about, Alex, there was the confirmation, and there it is. Mike, 60 pips. Okay, I'm going to live through you guys. I'm going to live through you guys. But look, it cleared, like, came all the way down to the bottom of that green box. And look at the big wick coming right back up. Holy shit, guys. Oh, my God. But hopefully you guys understood what I was explaining to you. That's why as a scalper, you gotta, you know, you can't second guess yourself. You just gotta go with the flow of the market and just move without over leveraging. And another thing is, guys, if it goes down, look, remember, this was a deep green box. We came right in there, but a lot of buyers are getting activated, and look at it coming right back up. So as easy as it can go down, it can come right back up. Okay, so that's why you got to also be disciplined to take some money out. That could be your daily goal, that candle. Wow. Oh my God. If it, like, look, there's still 90 seconds. They might return this whole candle back up bullish, and it will go up bullish. Oh my goodness, okay? Like, what is going on right now? Is there news? What the hell is going on? Holy shit, they might flip this candle back up. Okay, we've entered volatility. Oh my God. Wow, they might even flip this entire candle back bullish. So you see, guys, they came all the way down there in that big demand zone, and they picked up all the buyers. And look at, we're barcoding back again. Black, blue, black, blue. So that's why, guys, you know, this might be a lesson for someone that was in a sell and went all the way down there. That candle was 100 pips. If you don't do anything, look at what can happen, guys. The markets are disgusting. I'm telling you. It could be demoralizing. That's what I'm saying, guys. You got to kind of respect these lines and do something, especially in this entire green zone. Wow, this could turn back a bullish liquidity grab and move bullish through here. Or watch, it could be, they're going to play games maybe. Like we all assume it's going to maybe break out bullish. It might come back down bearish. Watch, guys. Okay, holy shit, the markets are really opening up. Look at the size of that candle. This is where now you got to start adjusting your risk. That is a huge candle. If you measure the entire distance of this candle now, that's 130 pips, 125 pips. There it closed right above there. So, you know, it could get blue and just short wick and come back up. They're opening it ignited now. Back bearish. Wow. Okay. So it could turn bullish now and go right back up. You know, like the market is wild right now. Okay, I might even look to possibly buy this thing if it continues to stay like a doji candle and maybe continue to build out of here. I'm going to buy this thing, okay? I'm going to test it out. I want to see if this is true volume. I'm going to buy on gold. I just want to see if this is true. I'm going to just do a really, really tight stop loss right here. My stop loss is right here at 3,090. I just want to test to see if this is real volume or they're playing games. Okay, so I'm just testing this out. My stop loss is right here. It's basically just, I just want to test out this volume, see what the hell's going on here. No, I'm going to close it. I don't like this. I'm getting out. Okay, I'm getting out. I'm manually exiting. Okay, they're playing games. Now I think they're gonna bring it back down. I'm out. I was just testing it out. Okay, yeah, you're absolutely correct. This is trap volume. So let's be patient. Let's increase our little consolidated box right down to here, because it's still barcoding. Bearish, bullish, bearish, bullish, bearish. That was a huge sell, but it spiked right back up. I tested it. There's no true buyers up there. That's why I said, guys, let me just test it out. There's no true buyers up there. And then now let's see what it does here. Okay. That's what I'm saying, guys. Sometimes you go in a trade, you don't feel it, exit it. Exit it. Just exit it. Okay. I know if you want to say it's an L on a paper, I don't give a shit about L or W's. It's a different story when there's context and there's this type of volatility. I tested it out, went in drawdown, that's it. Get rid of it. I don't even need to give it my stop loss. There's no point. I can see that they're barcoding. They're playing too many games. If it was going to break out when I tested it, it would have been gone. No buyers, okay? So it's not for real up there. And we're going into 8 a.m. and we got Colmex. Like there's a lot going on, okay? So if the sellers can, bring it back deep down in here, let's see. Will this be a higher low? This red line, remember it was 50% there. They cut right through everything. Or will this zone be a higher low? Unbelievable. See how tough it can be, guys? Especially if you're a beginner trader. Like, you're probably like, what the hell just happened there, okay? Even for an experienced trader, this is difficult, okay? But you just gotta remain focused, okay? So it still could play out that M pattern, like that candle did a lot of damage down there, but they returned it right back up and it's coming back down bearish. So if it, excuse me, if it closes back below here, the next 60 seconds, it still is kind of representing that M pattern, okay? And then it could continue to sell down, back down in here. Very well could, and I could be entertaining that, okay? I showed you guys the buyers were weak up there. I got out of there. This could continue to sell down and fill that wick and drop even further down. Okay, but we got to be careful because the market is just, ping-ponging. It's going barcoding. Bullish, bearish, bullish, bearish. I'd wait for the candle to close if you're looking for buying or selling. Wait, just 20 more seconds. Wait it out. James, awesome. You're done for the week. Time to relax. Have a great weekend, James. All the best. Okay, here's the close, guys. Okay, so it closed. Bearish. Open. Will it come back up like blue, or are they ready to push this thing down? Okay, so it's blue. Little doji. Could come down. Yeah, I like sell side. Okay, so it's just testing now. Will it come back up blue? Okay, so it comes back up blue. Tested there. Now it's coming back down. Okay. Okay, I'm going to go in a sell now. Okay, so this is for a real trade now. No more, like feeling. I'm going in a trade, okay, to see if we can push down going into 8 a.m. to come back down to that white hourly support. The white line, because it's above this previous wick, and then we see if it gets down there, if we can continue to break that wick and drop out of this green box. So I'm in a sell. You can see I could go again with a really tight stop loss, just kind of above this resistance. I want to give it just a little bit more room to breathe, to be above that body right there at 730. Okay, so I want to see, I'm in a sell. I want to see if this thing can continue to penetrate down. There's a little bit of a trend like this coming down. I'm keeping it with the bodies. Okay. So I'm in a sell, guys. Sell. I got a good spread here. I'd like to see if we can, continue to fill that big wick. Come down through here and get at least down to 3985, that white line down in there. And it would be a big advantage if we can close with some black volume below here, going into 8 a.m. And then maybe we can carry with that momentum going into 8 a.m. Okay. The buyers were not up there. Okay, remember I tested out, they weren't there, and I exited that real quick. Let's see if the sellers, can penetrate through here. Okay, so that red line is about 15, 17 pips. To the 200 EMA would be about, again, 35 pips. And then if we can get it down to, the 4 hour, it would be about 50 to 55 pips down there, okay? So that's 20 pips. Okay, you can go to break even if you like prior to 8 a.m. You can take a little bit out, okay, because there could be a little bit, we had that big return coming back up. So it could come down, get a higher low and return back up. But let's see if we can get that volume pushing down going into 8 a.m. You guys are already at break even? That's good. Good. No, I got no issues with that. You guys just please manage. Let's see. 2 more minutes to go. We are pushing down, pushing down, pushing down. Okay, just measuring the moves. Yeah, we got nice. Guys, that's 30 pips. Okay, nice. Beautiful. I'm going to go down to a break even myself. Okay, up 30 pips, break even. If it can get down, somewhere down into here, like around 40 pips, I'm going to take out 80% going into 8 a.m. Right there. The purple line would be about 35, deeper down in there, okay? So I'm at a break even, no risk involved, but I really want to see if the sellers can bid down in here going into 8 a.m. with minute 20, okay? Come on, this would be fantastic if we can close near the low and, they gap it down with a nice ignited bar going into 8 a.m. We might be able to, fill that wick. But going into a new hourly, they're always going to, do something, some rotation back up. That's why I'm okay with being at a break even, because I don't want it to rotate back up and 8 a.m., boom, a big blue candle breaks out of there. So at least I have no capital at risk. I'm okay with that. I might be getting a little greedy here, but let's see what happens. Good push down, good push down, good push down. Now we're at that 200. Yes, we got it. Okay, so that's about 35 pips down into there. One more, just one more big bid right into the close. There we go. 40 pips, guys. Okay. Good. I'm going to take out 80% down there. I'm taking out 80%. That's a 45, 50 pip move. I'm taking out 80%. The remaining 20% is at break even going in 8 a.m. Okay? There, 45 pips going into the close. Here's the close, guys. We're going to take our cut line. We're going to cut this bar in half as soon as it opens. Get ready. We got to be fast. Oh, they brought it right back above that 200 ignited bar. Okay, so the cut line is right there, 50%. Let's see if we can keep it down, keep it down right here. Wow, did you see that return? Okay, so they brought it up right above that 200 EMA, open, bullish ignited, coming right up. And this is what I hate. That's why I told you guys, I'm taking out 80% right prior to the close. Because they do this shit, it's like clockwork. There, we just retested 50%, got the rejection. It's that inverted hammer candle. So it's holding that ignited open. But if the sellers can continue to bid this volume down, we can easily penetrate that opening balance, fill that wick, and continue dropping down into here. But this is going to be the test right here. But the remaining 20% I have at break even, okay? So we're still holding the 50%. I haven't done the point of control because I haven't even had time because it's so fast. So, but you see how strong it came off of that momentum wick and then opened, ignited, and pushed right back up. But we're holding it still down for the first 1 minute. It's being held down. We've got a lot of volatility in gold right now. I'm not sure what is causing this, but there's a lot of volatility in gold. Did we secure something, guys? Are we at a break even? Because it's still holding. We're still holding here. DXY is pumping. Mikey, you secured? Got some in the bank? Good. Okay, great. Okay, can still see the 50% is still technically holding. If it breaks here, then they're going to come maybe right back to, entry point. And then I'm going to get, my break even is going to get tapped. Okay, good rejection. Again, nice rejection right there. We're going into with 3 minutes left. Come on, sellers. get it. Push it. Yes, good transaction. Yeah, we flipped. Okay, so now we flipped bear shooting star to fill our previous wick, and we could be targeting that white line. That's that 4-hour point of interest coming from Europe, right? Okay, that was a beautiful flip. Oh, these buyers are holding this opening balance and that 200 EMA. So you guys know it's not easy to break the 200 EMA for you EMA traders. It's not easy to break this. But if we can, and we get pushed down here, we could have our 9 EMA following, and we could basically have maybe a bearish crossover and continue to dump further down. Crazy volatility right now. Mikey, you got 44 pips. Nice, man. So we need to get sellers to, back down here and get bearish volume closing below that 200 EMA, so we can make that 200 EMA like a resistance point going forward. But strong buyers are buying here right at this opening balance of this candle, starting at 8 a.m. It's not easy to break the zone. This is the European point of control, bullish point of control right here. So this is kind of like, and it's building going into COMEX in the next 15 minutes. So this is going to determine a lot of direction on gold today. Man, I would love for this to break to the downside. But you see, we're still holding that protective 50% right there. So sellers are still there protecting the goalie. We have our goalie there protecting. Okay, we've got a nice shooting star candle. Let's see if we can distribute to the downside and just continue to fill wicks. Remember, we got to make new lower lows in order to continue to push down. If we fail to do that, there's a higher low. Buyers will continue to ask up here, and then unfortunately it's going to travel back up here and then come to either break even or trade back into this barcoding zone. It's intense, guys. We need popcorn for this. Let's go. Come on, bid it down. Closing in 30 seconds. Watch the initial 30 seconds. This is going to be crazy. Watch. You're going to see some big buys, selling, lots of volatility coming in the last 25 seconds here. Still pushing it down, but you guys see how strong that opening balance is of this candle. Still holding tough. Got to give it to the buyers. They're still holding this. Okay, so close with blue volume, so it might continue, with that direction. Okay, so sellers right away, slammed it down. This would be a lovely bear flag 3-bar play right there. If they hold it down, take that out and continue dropping. This could be in development of a 3-bar play, like right there where you box in that volume. If it can continue to come back inside here. Okay, but it came down higher low. They're bringing it back up. Lower high has not tapped into 50% again. This is that flag sometimes it takes 2 bars to determine the flag. There it is. So all we got to do is keep bidding it down. That's a bear flag. That could be, there's our bear rally, the candle we sold, and this is the flag. All we got to do is just continue bidding down in here, start pushing it down. But man, this is a tough location. This is the 4-hour point of control coming from Europe. And we're at our 200 EMA, and there's the 4-hour point of control. But we do have the bear flag, and we could get that continuation to the downside. Oh my God, this would be fantastic. Yes. Okay, so we got equal lows from the previous bar. Remember, equal lows are not good for us as sellers. They're protecting it. So we didn't break for that new low, so it's still equal lows. Believe me, guys, I'm very technical. I hate seeing that. Because that could stall momentum right there. Okay, that's a good push down. Good, we got it. When it came right back up, it got one more big offer, and they had enough to break those equal lows. So let's see if we can continue just now redistributing this volume, keep filling that previous wick, and drop down to, there we go. Oh, yes. Okay, right down to that 4-hour point of control. That's 55 pips, guys, right into there, okay? So sellers are still in this. We're holding, guys. We're holding. Remember, I got 20% running. I'm still invested. But I want to eat. I want to get it down, fill that wick down there. That would be so nice down in there. But lots of volatility. We're 13 minutes away from from COMEX. Man, they returned it back up, so that doesn't surprise me. We've tested that 50% from Europe. Buyers are still there, bringing it right back up. So now sellers got to continue bringing it back down and close it. See how the volume is, again, right back in that flag? See when you determine a zone, how it stays consistent? So if the buyers close it above here, unfortunately then next move is going to come right back up to here, okay? Sellers failed so far to close it below there. Now the bar is flipping back up. So we got to get, again, now our opening sellers, will they be there to push it right back down? Right now the candle flips to a bullish pin bar hammer. And this is the tug of war. This is a tug of war between the buyers and sellers. It's at a specific point of control, and we're 10 minutes away from COMEX. So this is going to be the battle between buyers and sellers to determine whether gold is going to continue to go back up here or it's going to sell back down. Okay, but I got that 20% break even right there. Still in the money, but I didn't close the trade down in there. I was looking to get through this green box. Man, gold is volatile. Holy shit. Okay, I'll verbally let you guys know as soon as I get tapped out. There's a wick. They are pushing it down, back down to opening balance. It's the tug of war, man. I'm telling you guys. It's not easy. Milan, you're 0.2% away from passing your funded. Take your time. Take your time. If it takes you all next week to get 0.2, take your time. At least you'll pass it. Don't rush it now, because we've seen a lot of traders where they're down to that and then they rush, and then they do crazy and they blow it up and they lose it. Take your time. If it takes you 1 month to get 0.2%, take it. Take your time. At least pass it. Don't do something stupid just to rush it. And if you take one loss, it might take you to the next trade. You might revenge trade, and before you know it, you're thinking, what the hell did you just do? Listen to your uncle. Take your time. Doesn't matter if you finish it today, Monday, or Friday of next week. No, there's not NFP. Where do you got NFP? What are you guys talking about? That's what I mean, guys. We're in a trade. It's at the most important critical time, and you're asking me if there's NFP. Get your shit together. Let's go, guys. Come on. Just look at Forex Factory. Where the hell do you see NFP? The US government is shut down. What are you guys even talking about? Oh, my God. Okay, so it closed above. That's it. That zone turns green. The buyers are holding. Ignited bullish. That's why YouTube, you got to stay focused. Like, my daughter is 9 years old. She knows that it's not even NFP today. What are you even talking about? Okay, good rejection again, guys, at that red line. Okay, we're still holding it, right? Good. We got the good. Oh, yes. We got the good rejection. Come on. Now, remember, it's a tug of war between the buyers and sellers. They want my stop loss. I want their stop loss. Who's going to win? Let's go. Sellers, come on. Bring this back down. Even if we close below here, that's a bonus for us going into 8:15. Guys, we need this. We need this. We need this. We got to get this sell move happening now in the next 8 to 9 minutes, because COMEX, you guys know that shit opens up and they're going to play Mickey Mouse games. Here we need the dump now. Now. We got to break these wicks now. Let's take out this 4-hour point of control now. Like, get this. Oh, man. This is tough, guys. Wow. Man, the sellers are trying down there, but it's just so much buyers waiting to get filled down here. But if we can take it out, we could be filling right down to the bottom of the green box. Man, that could turn into 80 pips down there. But one bar at a time. If we can close black below this green zone, we've regained control. And then maybe we can open up again bearish. But if it needs to retest, at least we can get a wick and maybe drop back down. But buyers, if they close it back above there, still green zone. We haven't taken out that low yet, okay? So that was a nice bear candle that came down. But man, good response by the sellers. They're still there offering. Let's go. Let's just take out these wicks now. Come on. Let's go. And guys, just full disclosure, if it takes out this white line and comes down here, I'm taking out the remaining 20% of my trade, okay? Just full disclosure ahead of time, because I know there's like a 10-second delay on YouTube. I'm just letting you guys know, because then I want to be out of my entire position going into COMEX. Just break this white line, drop down there, 60, 70 pips, whatever it is. I'll be taking out that remaining 20%. Come on, holy shit, just bid this fucking 3985. Here we go. Come on. Yep, I think we're going to tap into... Oh, man, this is exhausting, guys. It's like when I'm in this room, my wife is listening. She's like, are you in labor? You're saying push, come on. She's like, you never even talked like this when we were having kids. I'm like, this is more important than having kids here. This is making money. It sounds stupid, but if someone is listening in the other room, she's got clients, I'm like, push, come on. Oh my God. Okay, that's it, guys. The buyers are there. They're holding it up. I'll verbally let you guys know as soon as I get tapped out at the break even. Mm. 50 seconds to go. So you guys see how important it is. Okay, there. I got tapped out right there at the break even. Okay, so man, that 4 hour 50% white line is tough to break today, okay? Maybe it's going to need COMEX volume to break it. So you guys see, we can't break it leading into COMEX. We'll see if COMEX breaks it, okay? So the 20% got hit at break even. The 80% got taken out on that bear candle. But let's just continue watching what's going on here, okay? Because we're not even in COMEX yet. Okay, so look, it closed right again at that zone again. Wow, okay, so maybe they just came out there, you know, they tapped out a lot of break-even trades, and the momentum could continue to go down. I might continue to trade with this, but it's 5 minutes away from COMEX, so I'm holding off. Pedro, some of us maybe don't know about delayed NFP. We are starting in trading here, maybe some explanation. I've explained, if you join us at the start of the call, I go over the news for 1 hour, okay? So, you know, I do more than a lot of traders do at making you guys aware of everything. But I'm not here to hold your guys' hands, okay? So you got to do a little bit on yourself too. I was a beginner too. Nobody told me about delayed NFP. Nobody taught me about this shit. So I got to be tough on you guys too, okay? You got to learn to do this on yourself. What if I'm not here tomorrow? Then what? Who's going to tell you what about delayed NFP? You got to learn about it, okay? I know you guys are new, but tough love. Tough love. You'll learn more that way. I love all of you guys. I'm not doing it to disrespect anybody, but I'm saying, you know, asking that question when we're in the middle of a serious trade here is not the time. We got to stay focused here. Join the calls right at the start. That's where we go over 30 minutes of all of today's news, earnings, everything. So that's just what do I tell you every day? Subscribe to the channel and start early with us. If you join right now, I can't help that. Like, honestly, guys, I respect everyone, but no one taught me how to do this, okay? And I had no one to say, well, you didn't tell me about NFP. I didn't know what the hell NFP was. I blew up my account the first time I traded NFP. But I learned. And I said, what the hell just happened there? Let's learn. Like right here, COMEX. COMEX is in 4 minutes. I'm telling you guys, COMEX. Some of you guys are asking me, what is COMEX? You got to know what it is every day at 8:20 a.m. Eastern. It's the gold exchange opening up. COMEX stands for Commodities Exchange. If today's your first day there, I'm explaining it to you. But this weekend, you got to do some research yourself. Figure out what it is. Why does it open every day at that time? When does it close? If you're trading gold, you have to know about this. Some of you guys learn this. Some of you guys go out of your way. I respect that. But other traders are lazy and they don't want to learn this. So I do the best of my ability every single day coming on here. But you got to take a little initiative yourself. It's not that hard. Forex Factory. Look, just right there. Look at today's date. Friday, right? Go to Friday. Do you see any NFP? No. It's got... preliminary University of Michigan consumer. Like, where's NFP? It's not even in the folders. Takes 2 seconds to look at that. It's up to you guys, okay? It's up to you guys. Someone might say, Ron, you're an asshole. Good, I'm an asshole. I don't care. There's other channels. Go to other channels. I'm not trying to be an asshole, but if that's how you take it, that's on you. Tough love. You're right, Sherry. It's tough love. If you guys can't take a little tough love, toughen up. Get ready for the real world. You go outside, someone's going to spit in your face. They don't give a shit about you, okay? You think these markets care about you? Are you kidding me? These markets look at us as like liquidity. They don't give a fuck about us. When you blow up your account, is your broker calling you saying, hey, how are you? You know, is your financial institution bank asking you how are things going when you're struggling? No, no one gives a shit about you. So toughen up. Stop being babies here. This is not time for snowflakes. Tough world we live in. Okay, so now look at what's going on. We're right back in this consolidated pocket, okay? So you can see right down here, man, the European point of control could not break. We were in that cell. Look, not that candle, but right there, right there, right there. So you see this green box? Didn't break. Maybe it's going to take COMEX volume to break this down, okay? But it could also flip bullish on us, okay? So we're right back inside here, okay? So let this be a lesson for anybody. If you didn't go down to a break even with me, now you're realizing maybe you're in drawdown. Got to learn from it, journal it. If you didn't take out any money down there, learn from that as well, okay? And learn from these things and start coming up with your own plan. Why do I always tell you guys I'm taking out 80%, I'm going to a break even? Because how many times has this shit came right back up? Okay, now we're opening. COMEX, ignited bearish bar coming right back down. But we got a big bullish bar to contend with. So is it coming down? Is it going to, transact at that opening balance of that bullish bar? Is it going to come down here, get some support, higher low, and go right back up? Okay, so I'm holding off right now. We don't have any 8:30 news. We just have that Canadian unemployment news. It's not really going to affect gold. Okay, look at big bearish bar coming down. You see how kind of COMEX kind of switches up momentum? How many times have we seen that every single day last week and this week? So it came right up bullish. They opened it bearish ignited right at that trend line still. And now they're pushing it back down. But we're just in this sloppy area right over here. This is the European point of control. And it's still green for a specific reason. Okay, so can we get through this? Or is it just building higher lows, and then we're going to come back up? Maybe it might be bullish break out of here. Okay, so I'm not in a trade right now. I was, now I'm out. Okay, so now I'm just analyzing. Okay, so big bear bar coming back down. See, now COMEX volume might be able to take out those wicks. If you guys are still in, if you had your stop loss maybe a little higher, you guys are still in. Others, we're going to learn from this, okay? But it came right back again into that green zone and back up again. Now what I look for is 3 more minutes. closing balance. Can we at least maybe come back down? Will we engulf that entire bar? Can we get again another push down? We might get, you know, we might trade with the momentum of this COMEX market open and maybe continue selling. But I can't determine it right now. Like if you want to go into sell right now, you could, but look how many times it's wicked in here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 times. Okay, so it's better to wait for full closure, in my opinion. Mikey, as I talked about journaling this morning, this is a good one to write up. Absolutely, absolutely. And think about this every time, like going into COMEX, this point of control, how it's held. Write all this shit in your journal, okay? Because we're gonna see this again on Monday. We're gonna see this again next Wednesday. We're gonna see this 2 weeks from now. But this is where I'm saying, guys, if you're here to learn, you're here to learn. We teach you guys too how to trade and. But you got to go out of your way and do a little journaling yourself. I know it takes work. Not a lot of people want to put in the work. Welcome to the real world. Everyone pretty much just wants a handout in life. No one handed me shit in life. That's why I'm like this, okay? Some people love it, some people hate it. No one gave me shit in life. I had to work my ass off. Look at it, I'm working every single day here with you guys every morning. We're working hard. This is not easy work, okay? But we're working together as a team, but I need you guys to work as well. I would love if someone just, you know, I sit on the couch and eat Doritos all day and they, you know, just tell me when to buy and sell. I would love that too. But that's not the case. We've got to continue following this bear volume. Okay, I know I talk a lot of shit on this call, but are you guys still paying attention with me? I can talk and multitask and do a lot of things, but I'm watching to see if these sellers can close it below this opening balance. That's what I'm looking at. Nick, can I explain the importance of a 200 EMA? EMAs are exponential moving averages. I have a 9 is more of a short-term one, this green line. It's kind of like the 9 bars back. It represents 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, up to 9 bars, showing like an average of the moving of the volume. So we're below it right now. So it's of the last 9 bars, you can see we're trending down. The 200 is the last 200 bars, and it's showing we're still above it, still holding. So the short term 9 is bearish, short term. That's like us scalping. But the higher time frame one, this bigger one, this 200 EMA is holding. So it's based off of more of a higher time frame, okay? And these indicators are lagging indicators. They print after a bar has closed, so they're a little bit lagging, right? But it still helps us, you know, as an indicator in trading, okay? So we're at 825 now. See that came down there and it closed. We did not technically engulf all of that blue volume. So that opening balance of 815 is still technically in the market. And right now when we came down, you see how it's still holding this little doji candle at that opening blue volume. So now we're coming right back up. So it might, Nick, might test that 9 EMA, that green line right there. I look more at 50% of a candle as opposed to EMAs. And then look at that big bullish explosion, okay? So now we're barcoding back to the upside. And then when I look down here, no structure has really been broken. Higher low, higher low, higher low. So we are coming right back up. This point of control is holding, the 200 EMA is holding, and now we're coming right back up to test the trend line, and we're back in that consolidated zone. So we're barcoding now. Bullish, bearish, bullish. Again, buyers are accumulating and sellers are accumulating. Eventually, one of these parties is going to redistribute this volume, either to the upside or to the downside. If you don't feel comfortable trading this, let's stay on the sidelines. Let's continue analyzing. Let's see who has the upper momentum, right? Nick, hopefully I answered your question, okay? We've got a lot of tutorials explaining all of these things in a little bit more detail and more length if you do want to learn more about that. And then we're going into also 830. So if you kind of want to clean up all of this noise on these 5-minute candles, refer to your 30-minute. And then look, it kind of gives you a little bit cleaner picture, less noise. So I can see we were pushing down starting from 530. Then we were barcoding on 30 minutes, bullish, bearish, bullish. We had that big bearish bar at 730, you know, that selling bar we just had, and it came down, and now we have a 30-minute bar. But look at the 30-minute. So even though it's coming up bullish, we are still below the point of control of that big bearish 30-minute candle. So if the 30-minute candle can stay, again, bearish below here, we might go through another 30-minute candle where it might come down bearish and break through here, okay? So these kind of look like they're 5-minute bars, right? But they're actually 30 minutes of volume. So you get a bigger perspective by looking at these things, okay? I just like breaking them down into the 5 minutes. So you can see how busy my chart is right now, okay? And I know it might be difficult for you guys to understand what's going on here. There's a lot of moving parts here, okay? Matt, you're here every day. I know a few weeks ago I said that NYSE open doesn't affect gold, but is that true? Because I always seem to see a lot more volume. No, NYSE, New York Wall Street affects everything. Everything. You know, we're just looking at Dow Jones and NASDAQ at that time, but absolutely it affects gold, you know. We just follow gold more with the COMEX market, with the commodities exchange open up. But definitely, if you're watching gold, you see it's got big moves at Wall Street market open. Why does that happen? Well, you got to think about how everything is correlated. Like when you're trading gold, it's paired with the dollar, right? And when Wall Street market opens up, the stock exchange and equities market, it trades with the dollar. So if the market is moving up, there's strength in the dollar that could cause gold to sell off during Wall Street. Vice versa, opposite. If there's, you know, the market is selling off, then the dollar might be losing value, and then gold, that money from Wall Street selling off the stock market might be investing in gold, and then gold starts to see some appreciation during Wall Street. So definitely, if you're a gold trader, I would be watching during Wall Street as well. You know, it's very important. Wall Street is important for all securities around the world, right? It's the New York Stock Exchange. So absolutely, it will affect gold. But we don't necessarily watch gold at that time, is what I'm trying to say. We're more focused on NASDAQ and Dow Jones. US indices. We focus first 2 hours of our call, the majority of our call, on gold at 6 a.m., 7 a.m., and going into this exchange right now, COMEX, okay? And you see, guys, we're still just kind of right back in here consolidating, bullish, bearish, bullish, okay? So, you know, you got to stick with this volume. I know it's nasty. I know we had some nice sells and we were looking for that break, but this point of control, this European 4-hour block is still holding. But that doesn't mean it won't break. We just got to continue pushing down into here. But it could also, you know, reverse and buyers are accumulating and then we start to break out to the upside, okay? So we also have to factor that in as well. We can't always just have a bearish bias. The sellers are still here. They're still pushing this thing down. Signal came in. What do we got? What do we got, Christoph? On gold? Let's take a look. Long gold at 3991992. Let's take a look at the level. 399. Okay, right there where my red line is. Okay, but if we look right there again, you know, we can entertain a buy there, but it's right at the midpoint of the zone. You know, if you want to be a little bit more, maybe above there, 3994, but we will definitely watch 399192 right there, the red line. Okay, so I'll be watching that as well with you guys. Okay, but what we got to do then is we got to continue to watch the bottom. Is it getting higher lows, higher lows, higher lows? So another thing, guys, if you trade live with us and, you know, we get signals, I can break down our signals with us live. Okay, so we kind of can do this together, right? I'll be watching for buys above here and we'll see if we can get that move. But, you know, I just as the signal came in and Christoph told me, do I just buy blindly? No, we got to watch around this red line area. Okay. Just like you, if you get a trade idea, you don't just buy blindly. We got to watch what's going on. We got to get some buyers transacting up here, or we also have to watch from the bottom how it's building to get up there, right? John, this much consolidation is exciting because the move will be big. Well, we know both sides are accumulating, so it's either going to shoot to the downside, sellers are there, or it might, break to the upside. But if we're looking at the overall trend, like this trend line is still maintaining, right? It's still descending. We still have sellers pushing the market down, okay? So this could definitely, come to the downside, or they could break this, grab liquidity, and shoot it right back up, just like we saw with that big bearish candle that came down there, and it rotated right back up. But right now, sellers are still in control. We're nowhere near our buy target, okay? And just for everyone to know ahead of time, I'll stick with gold till about 8:45. We've spent a lot of time on gold today. And then we got to do a little bit of top down on NASDAQ and US30 and get ready for Friday Wall Street, guys. Okay? Okay, so look, it's transacting again right back into this green box where there was one wick. Like even if we go backwards, like look at here, look at how many times it traded in here, 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 and that redistributed to the upside. But now it's coming down with lower high, that double top right there. There was the M pattern drop, came back up into there, and now it's coming right back down. Okay, but will it close below here? And then if it does, this green zone, we got to go red. And it can continue to fill that little wick, and then we have a huge drop, maybe coming down back down to the opening balance right down there. So if you guys are in sells, okay, I would focus on watching where bear volume closes, and if it comes all the way down, because remember that's that upper trend line, that parallel channel we have, and there's the opening day balance, that bar, and we also have a fair value bullish zone right there too. Okay, so if you're in sells, you're selling. But you want to exchange your bag where the buyers are. That's how you transact. That's how you make profit, because you're shaking hands with a buyer and you're selling high and you're buying it back low to close your transaction. And then you're giving your bag, you're giving it to the buyer. The buyer's buying low, and then they want to take it back up and sell it to the high point, back to the seller. Okay, so that's what I mean. That's zone to zone trading. It's just transacting, and you're shaking someone's hand. You're saying thank you for buying down here. I'll realize my profit, and then that person down there is taking it off of you and wants to come back up here, and then let's say we're selling up there, they're going to buy low, sell it to us, we're going to take it over, that person is going to realize their profit, and then us, we're trying to push it back down to the next buyer. So it's just a game of shaking hands. Virtual handshaking. Okay, so it closed inside there, and now we're transacting in that green box. Sam, huge earthquake in the Philippines right now. Wow, hopefully stay safe. Earthquake's got to be the worst. We don't get too many where I am in Ontario, Canada here. We get a lot of snow. We got a lot of snow, blizzards, freezing cold weather. Okay, so we tapped again into that 4-hour point of control. A bullish candle is printing. But get your cut line too. If it comes up to 50% of that bearish bar, 3,989. Okay, so because if it's coming up bullish, 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 again, it's going to transact with that point of control, like the goalie of this candle. Remember what we were talking about? We were talking about sports and goalies. So that goalie right there is going to try and protect this to continue to go down. Okay, so they pushed it down. That's that spin top candle. Indecision so far. So sellers are still there pushing this thing down. This is not the greatest volume to be trading. I just want to make that clear. It is a Friday. Fridays are generally not the greatest days to be trading. However, if you use proper risk management, you're still patient, you're still disciplined, you can still trade appropriately on any day of the week, regardless if it's Monday, if it's Wednesday, if it's a Friday. Okay? Just continue learning your proper risk management. Calculate before you take a trade how much you're willing to risk and what your potential profit is. Every trade I take prior to taking it, I already have those calculations in my head. If you need to use like a trade manager or like a calculator, I'm sure there's technology these days where it can do it for you. I like to calculate everything in my head prior to taking the trade. That's why I use my ruler. If I'm using a 40 pip stop loss, for example, I calculate my lot size in my head, and I know if that trade comes down and hits my stop loss, I lose this amount of money, X amount of money. Am I okay with that? Is that going to demoralize me? Am I risking my entire trading account? Am I risking all of this week's profit? Things like that. No, you got to do some proper mathematics in your head or use a trade manager to help you out. You have to learn this at some point, guys. I'm telling you the honest truth. If you're not and you're winning, it might last, but over time, to continue to trade like that for multiple months and years, it will catch up with you, and it won't last. Believe me, I used to think that too, and I tried that for multiple years, and I pissed everything away. And it took a lot of hard work to get that all back. So that's why I'm trying. Someone said to me, Ron, it's my first day here, that talking about NFP. Now listen to what I'm saying to you. Learn this right now. Don't learn this 1 month from now or 6 months from now. Learn it right now. You guys should all know how to do this. And my risk is different from your risk, okay? Like if I go to the bank and I invest with them, you think I ask the bank how much capital they're trading with? They're gonna laugh at me, right? So they're probably trading with billions of dollars, you know? So if they make, like, it doesn't matter. So you got to know your own capital. I know my own risk, okay? If I'm willing to lose $1,000 in a day, that might give some of you guys a heart attack, right? But that's why I don't talk dollar figures. We talk percentage, points, ticks, points, whatever you're trading. Okay, if you're trading forex, we talk pips. If you're trading futures, you talk ticks or points. If you're trading stock market options, we talk percentages. Nobody talks dollar figures. That's for you, your own personal, to know how much money you're making. That's your own personal business. It's not my business to ask you how much money you're making. I want all of us to make lots of money, but for someone, $20 a day might be a lot of money. For others, $200 might be a lot of money. For someone else, $2,000 might be a lot of money, okay? So, doesn't matter to me how much you're making as long as we're all making some sort of money. But I hope we're learning knowledge. Knowledge is power, okay? It's not always just about money. It's learning something new. Did you learn something new on today's call? Did you learn something from yesterday's call? That's what makes me happy, is if you're learning something. Then I know I'm doing a good job here. Okay, so see, we're still breaking down, guys. So you see that sell signal is buy signal is invalid. We're nowhere near that zone. So now we got to watch. Are we going to build our way back up there? Or, are these sellers going to continue to just take this shit down? Okay, so let's see. Are we going to get a bearish bar close below this 3985 area? Okay, because we've came down here multiple times, but we don't have any bear volume closing below here. Is this going to be the first one that's going to do it? Okay, again, it came down, another wick, spiked right back up. So, that's why sometimes we got to wait for confirmations. Christoph, let's say 1%, you do per trade 0.3 for 3 trades. Yeah, you could do like that. If you're setting, Christoph, 1% for your entire daily trading, 1% of your entire account, now you can break it down. Let's say you do 3 trades. So each trade will be allocated 0.33% for your 3 trades, right? If you do 5 trades, allocate divided by 5, then you're doing 0.2%. If you're going to do one whole trade for the entire day with a good stop loss, a good quality setup, you can allocate that 1% to that entire trade, right? But And if you lose it, you're still within your risk. But I might take way more trades than some of you guys because I'm a scalper. But some of you guys are intraday traders. You guys are happy with 2 quality setups a day. Some of you guys take 10 trades a day. So everybody's different, right? I'm different. I'm a scalper. I scalp 1 minute candles. You might be trading 30-minute candles. You're not looking to take 10 trades a day or 5 trades a day. So everybody is different. But the mathematics is still the same. And then you can do it like a baseball game, Christoph. 3 strikes and you're out. If you allocate the 0.33, let's say we get into your first trade, you take a loss, you're still okay to get it back. But your second trade, again, you get stopped out. You've lost 0.66% now. You have one more trade to kind of, get it back. Then you're still down, but to fight to get to break even. Then let's say you get to break even. That's it. Call it a day. You might be mentally drained from being in drawdown, coming back up. You might have been in the markets for 3 hours. That's it. Go to your journal, learn from those 2 losses, how you regained it back, learn, and let's start again the next day with, again, our 1% risk. 3 strikes, you're out of a baseball game. Let's say the next day we learned and we have 3 profitable trades. And we hit 1%, we're well on our way. Now let's stop trading, let's go back to the journal, learn from those winning trades, and let's see if we can do it again the following day. Maybe we have a shitty day the next day, but we're constantly floating around with losing 1%, gaining 1%. We're not blowing up accounts, we're learning, right? Experience. That's how you do it. And you're still with the right mindset. If I blow up and I lose, let's say I risk 10% of my entire account today and I lose it, how can I even go back and journal and stay focused? I just lost 1/10 of my entire trading account. I might be so pissed off and then come back in a revenge trade and not even care about my journal at this time and just do stupid things, right? Then you're gambling. Then you're taking it to a gambling level. It's very important, guys, but believe me. I wouldn't be talking about this if it wasn't important, okay? I wouldn't. I wouldn't be wasting your time here if this is not important. I'm telling you how important it is, how it changed my life and my perspective as a trader. Was just lowering the risk and doing some analysis and learning from my mistakes. Also, the good things that you do in trading, if you took a nice profitable trade, don't just forget about it. And don't just look at your account and just say, oh, I made some money today. Go back and review that. Maybe it's a specific pattern that you're going to see that on a daily basis, and that might be your go-to setup, right? I have my go-to setup. I got my A+ setups. Every day when I see these setups, I have 100% confident to take it, and I'm confident that it could go to profit, but I know sometimes they don't work out all the time. But if I see that setup on a daily basis, I'm taking it 100% of the times, okay? Same with you. You should have a playbook. You should have your trades that you recognize, and you can always go to those anytime you see them. Okay, so you see now we're still transacting in this green box. So it could continue to go back up, right? Still in this big green daily demand zone. We haven't kind of closed below this as of yet. This is a new 15-minute candle, 8:45. Again, you can drop in on your 15-minute bars. See, it's moving down. The 15 minutes from the highest point of the day came down, lower low, came back up. All that was lower highs. They broke it back down for a lower low. We just came right back up for a lower high, and now they're dropping it. And this could be like where the 15-minute impulsively breaks down. So if you're watching it now, this could, on the 5 minutes, this has 4 minutes to go. This is where you could take an impulse entry, if you like, to fill that wick and continue to drop. Otherwise, we're waiting for the bar to close, okay? That's where they trick you. That's where they bait you into taking that, and then when you sell that, it goes right back up, okay? So that's what I'm saying. Let's wait for a bearish bar to close below this white line. Why? For verification, to know that sellers have the ability to close it below there, because otherwise they have not closed below here. Here they haven't at 410. They didn't over here. Look how many times it tried. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in that time. 7, 8, like 10 to 12 times they've tried. Is this going to be the first one that actually closes below there? If you want to take this trade, then what I would suggest is placing your stop loss either above these wicks or above 50% of that candle. Just in case if it comes back up, even on an impulse, if it comes back up, at least maybe you'll get some more sellers selling up here, okay? But this could be that new 15-minute candle that's pushing down with bigger volume, right? So it's pushing down. So it's okay. If this closes, what we're going to do is we're going to, yeah, that's the big dump right now. So that's that 15-minute bar that's redistributing all of the volume. And look how clean the traffic is through here. Okay, that's what I'm saying. We could get down to this opening balance very soon. Okay, but regardless, if we're just watching, I'm watching, okay? So I'm waiting for a bar to close. But where will it close? Will it close below this entire big green zone? Will it close below this one? I'm going to go through the motions, flip red. You know, it might come back up. I can sell a pullback, right? This is where everyone says, Ron, should I be now? Should I sell now? No, no, absolutely not. That's FOMO, your fear of missing out, okay? And you're selling the lowest point possible. Think about that, okay? If you sold this was a big bearish bar. Remember when it came down there? If you sold the lowest point of that, look at what happened to you. You got liquidated, okay? So same thing can happen here. If you sell the lowest point right now, this could get a wick and turn right back up. So the best thing is we want to sell at a premium area. Premium area is this zone. We're going to flip it red. If the buyers bring it right back up to us, we might sell there, and then at least we're selling at a better location. Again, if you sell the lowest point, don't be surprised if it wicks up on you. You got to learn discipline to not just sell the lowest points, and you got to learn discipline to not just buy highest points, right? Okay, now we got 40 seconds to go into the close. Subhan, it's a stupid question, okay? We're mature adults here. Don't ask stupid questions like that. You're an idiot, okay? You are, we've got females in here. You are an idiot, okay? I don't have a moderator right now, but if I did, you're just an idiot, okay? You're stupid. Who asked a question like that in what we're doing? Are you okay? I know you're trying to be funny, but you're a clown. You know, like in class, you get that idiot at the back of the class that says something stupid? That's you, okay? I'm calling you out. Yeah, you. Yeah, you're an idiot. I feel bad for you. No one's laughing at you. They're laughing at how stupid you are, okay? Okay, so I flipped this zone red to green. So now let's see if the buyers bring it back up and maybe we can sell at that area. Okay, so let's see, you know. So that was the first time we've had one bar flip below. Cut it in half. Where's the cut point? Right there's the cut point. I'm just going to get rid of this big green zone so we can focus over here. Okay, so remember, guys, if you guys are in sells, that's the opening balance right there, 3975. Okay, it could definitely continue to get down there, but let's see if it will come back up and retest this zone. This would be maybe an optimal selling area, 3985 back in here. Remember now we've flipped the European point of control now. That was holding for the entire amount of this call. And if it comes back in there, maybe now sellers are positioning themselves to offer inside here. Now it's coming right back in there. So let's see. Okay, so now it's retesting that zone now, the first retest of the zone, okay? So there's that white line. Remember that 4-hour line? Okay, will it come inside it? Will it just retest it right there and get away? So it's coming inside. Okay, so look, it's a big bullish engulfing candle coming right back up. So that's why, guys, you know, if you get a big bar like that, that kind of liquidates and sells down there, that's why it's a good opportunity maybe to scale out, take some profit, because things like this can happen. A big bar can come right back up and swallow that and then just continue moving right back through here bullish. So we got 90 more seconds to go on this. Now it's transacting in that zone. Remember, it was green for all of this time. This is the first one that closed bearish below it, and it's now transacting in there. So will the sellers be in here to reject this move? Will this zone now turn into a zone of offers or a zone of resistance inside here, okay? And then this is where, you know, if you follow your EMAs, that's where your 9 and your 200 are, you know, meeting up with each other. So this is where it could be like a bearish crossover, or it just comes back up bullish and breaks through here. So again, guys, we got to also maybe entertain buys. If this bar now closes right above, again, look at, then it came down, fake out to the downside, came back up, closed strong above. We flipped the red zone green again, and we've regained the European point of control again to the buy side. So that maybe if it opens bullish with a small pullback or even an ignited bar, it could just continue to move with this momentum of this candle. So it's closing in 30 seconds. Let's get ready, okay? So you see how the goalie of this bar failed to reject at the point of control to push it down. And now look how strong this buying volume is. It's engulfed, not just this last one, but also this bar above. It might even come back up to test up here. If it closes above, I'm going to go red to green. Get ready. I'm going to assume it's going to close above there, red to green. It's closing right at the highest point, no wick. Get ready. See what I mean? How fast you got to be? As I was grabbing my tool, it just opened, ignited, and popped. So now we got to wait for either a pullback down into here to possibly continue to buy this thing. So it got rejected right there, okay? So now it got exactly that red line. That point of interest of that bar or that goalie is protecting it, pushing it back down. Now we're retesting. So is it going to hold in this green zone, or is this another big bearish candle coming back down? It is a lot of flip-flop. It is flip-flopping. Gold is known to do this. But you see how that red line is still holding up. The trend line right there, it meets, coincides with the trend line as well. Yeah, and you got a new 1 hour candle in 5 minutes, okay? Okay, so we're transacting in this green zone. Now it's retesting this again. We got maybe like an indecision candle where it opened, ignited, popped that wick and drove and came back down. Now it's transacting inside here. 3 more minutes to go. What do you guys think? I'm going to ask you guys. You guys think we're going to be bullish and continue to break out of here? Or you guys think bearish coming back down? Bullish above this green box to break this trend, bullish, or bearish to get back below here? What are you guys thinking? Devek, should you just buy everything and hold it for 10 years? That's the best plan. Just buy everything and hold it. If you do that, you're guaranteed to make some money. A lot of you guys are bullish, bullish, bullish. Wow, okay. A lot of, as you guys are, Sergio bear, Sherwin bear. Okay, so we got bears and bulls. Welcome to the wild world of trading. So, you know, that's why it's difficult to trade. You know, some of you guys say bullish, some of you guys say bearish. Again, I didn't ask time frame. Are you guys looking to scalp? That could be different. Are you guys looking more for longer duration holds? So that could also, when you say bullish or bearish, again, you got to add some context to it. Maybe the bulls are saying for the rest of today. Maybe bears are saying just for the next 5-10 minutes. You know what I mean? So right now, sellers continue pushing down. We can wait for the new bar to open at 9 a.m. What I like to do too is maybe just review our hourly candles. Just take a look at the bigger picture here. So remember, we came up, the highest point of the day was 5 a.m., back down. We came up again, 6 a.m. lower high. One more time, 7 a.m. lower high. They dropped it, trading into, you know, 50% of this big bullish candle at 4 a.m. And we came up again, lower high. They pushed, they broke that low. And now, see where the volume of the hourly is? It's right at that 4-hour Europe point of control right there. Can we go into the next hour closing below there, or will it close above with 60 seconds to go? Even this hourly candle is like a coin toss on bull and bear for the next hour. So you can see this white line, this 3985, could dictate the direction in the next hour. Okay, so you know, like it came all the way down there again and it's going back up. We got 50 seconds to go into the new hour. All I need, guys, is about maybe 7-8 minutes to do each chart for US30 or NASDAQ. I'll go a little faster today, and I'll make sure both of those are done by Wall Street, okay? I'm not going to take my time explaining everything in detail like I did with gold. That will take too long, and then we won't be done by Wall Street, okay? And I trust that you guys have already done it too, so we'll speed through it a little faster. Okay, but here we go. 20 seconds going to close. If we get that bear volume, again, closing below this, I'm going to flip this green zone to red, and then maybe we're going to continue pushing down, right? Here's the close. Closed inside. Okay, open bearish ignited just right now. New hour just dropping it, but it didn't take out, you know, that low. So either you could go with this momentum just how it opened, or you got to wait for it to come back up, maybe get rejected. So it's still holding that bearish head. Remember, it opened ignited, it's still holding. And this is an hourly open, okay? So it's representing the new hourly open. Came down, got a wick. Now it's coming back down, okay? Coming back up again. So see how it turned into a hammer, and now it's transacting there. Will they push it back down to the opening balance? Okay, so it's fighting inside here again. Indecision. Okay, it's still bullish candle. Man, it's tough to decide here. But again, lower high. Can they push it back down? Okay, so it's representing the first 1 minute. That's the first 1 minute. Okay. Now they pushed it down. I'm going to go into sell. I'm going to take the sell. I'm going to place stop loss. I'm going to go to, you know, like there, the 3992. Okay. I'm going to place my stop loss above there because we do have a buy signal above there. So, you know, I don't want to go against the signal. So I'm just going to place my stop loss there. It could be resistance in the market. And what I'm looking for is, can we continue to come down, at least transact at those point of interest, break that previous low, and then get a new lower low. I don't know if we're going to get all the way down to the opening day balance, so I just want to be maybe just a little bit above there just in case they protect it, but I don't want to guess. Right there, you see that 5-minute transition right there, body to body? That's where we could be profiting right there, okay? So that would be target for me. And if we get a little more to the opening day balance, that's a bonus. But right now, okay, dropping, that's 25 pip drop, guys. If you guys are scalping, you got to be fast, okay? That's 30 pips down to there, and you could be at a break even while I'm talking, guys. This shit is fast, okay? If it comes to fill down there, that's 45 pips. Guys, I'm going to a break even right now. I'm not playing games, okay? I'm at a break even. Okay, right there. It's, guys, I'm going to take out 80%, okay? There, 40 plus pips at 80% right there. Zero drawdown, quick scalp, because we got to do US30 and NASDAQ. Guys, that was a quick scalp. New hourly candle, waited for it to dance around for a couple minutes, and boom, nail it, okay? Now, I only got 20% running. That's it. I grab my money. If my 20% can continue to go down, perfect. But get in, dropping, take your stop loss, break even, and take some money out. Should be automatic. You pull one string, do the other string, and everything ties together. When it goes down at least 30 pips, take stop loss, break even. Next thing, maybe if it pushes a little more, you're taking out 80%, and then you got the rest break even. So you have no capital at risk. You've taken some money out of the market, and perfect. And we learned something, okay? I'm a quick scalper, guys. You should see how I do 1 minute candles. You won't be able to keep up with me. So that's why I don't do 1 minute scalping, because it's, I'm telling you, you won't be able to keep up. You have to have a fast broker. You got to have low spreads in order to do it. And you got to know exactly what you're looking for, okay? And then you guys see why I placed that red line there? Did you hear what I said? That's opening day balance. I wasn't even looking at that line. I said if it comes down there, maybe they're protecting the opening day balance. But when I look to the left of the chart, I see that body to body transition right there, okay? But when it broke that wick, I'm happy, okay? You guys got it? Justin, we'll do 1 minute. I used to do it. When we first started YouTube, I was doing 1 minute. But a lot of traders, you know, will get in, and it's not them. It's their brokers are shit. Their executions are shit, right? Like I have a 0.4 spread. They have a 2.5 spread, you know, and I'm looking for 10, 15 pips. And with slippage in that, sometimes it doesn't all work out, okay? Guys, this is 50 pips. While we're talking here, this is 50 pips. 50, 50, not 5, not 15, 50. It could be a daily goal for someone. And do you guys see how we connected that? I don't like to, you know, but just following what we did here. That big bullish candle came up. It tapped into there. They rejected it back down, closed in the green box. We opened 9 a.m. Initially, it went up bullish. It broke that low. Then it came back up. I saw it come back up. Then when they nailed it, that's it. There's no guessing. Get in. Stop loss. You see where I placed my stop loss? I put it up there. I was a little higher. I could have just got away right there, but I put it where we got our buy signal up there. And then as soon as it started coming down, I didn't realize any drawdown. Next thing was when it came down to those points of interest, it was up 30 plus pips, stop loss, break even. When it dumped again, took that out, take some money out. I still got the 20% running, okay? And let's see if the runner can run down to the opening day balance. Okay, now let's bring our cut line to represent 50% of that bearish candle, our new goalie. Right? New point of control. If you want to do it freestyle and you don't have time to do your Fibonacci, it's a little bit above and a little bit below the midpoint right there. That's freestyle trading. Okay? A lot of us are freestyle scalpers. We don't have the time to bring out Fibonacci tools and do all this shit all the time. Did you see how fast I had to be on that 5 minute candle, guys? 1 minutes are very, very fast. Before you do anything, another 1 minute candle is opening. Before you analyze that, another one is opening. You have to think very, very, very fast. You gotta like just boom, 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 boom. You got to know what's happening. If you learn it, it's a great skill to learn. Okay? But if you're learning on the 5 minutes, I'm slowing it down for you guys. If you're on the 15, 30 minutes, you guys have all day to learn. Okay? Now, again, look, it's transacting in that point of control of that big bearish candle. If our sellers cannot hold here, unfortunately, it's going to come back up. It's going to tap me out on my break even. It might go back down. It did it on that first sell we had. But I don't want to go into drawdown, right? The worst case scenario is a break even just of 20%. I'm okay with that. You can see like it doesn't even bother me because I took out the bulk of the trade on the bulk of that big move. Now I see it came in there, rejected, okay? There's verification that we got a rejection right in that zone. Now all we got to do is continue offer, offer, offer. We're still live, but we got to get it back down to the opening balance of this candle, bid down in here, break that wick, and we're driving back down into here. These buyers are trying to obviously buy the dip on a downtrend, okay? And we're trending down. It started, you know, Alex, you called it out with the M pattern right there. Okay, started right there. Then we made that lower low, we couldn't break there, came back up, lower high, we pushed, we broke there, new lower low, we came back up, lower high, we broke for the new lower low, and again, we're retesting this now. It was originally holding, but maybe if it breaks, it's got to test the bigger red zone again. But I'll be taken out there, okay? Guys, it is 9:07. Can you guys manage this on your own so I can do a top down on NASDAQ and US30? I'll just, okay, there, that's it. I'll get out of this. So I'm out. My 20% got out. That's it. That's a scalp. That was a 50-point move. If you don't do anything, you got to journal that and say, what the hell? Why didn't I take out any money? I tried to help you guys. I'm trying to verbally help you guys. If you didn't, you got to understand opening day balance, they're protecting it, okay? It's a learning process. It's a learning process. I told you guys, I trade very robotic. I don't second guess things. I'm very automatic. And right now I don't play the woulda, shoulda, coulda game. I know that money is in my pocket. I know I have no capital at risk. Life is good. That's how you got to continue moving as a trader, okay? When we make mistakes, we all make mistakes. We learn from it. When we make good results, we learn from it, right? If you guys didn't get in that trade, review it and you see how fast markets move, right? I want more than 50 pips. I want 100. I want 150. Believe me, I'm like you guys. But when the market is giving us 50, it's giving us 50. That's it. There's nothing we can do. Unless you want to just keep your stop loss above there and continue, you're fine. But you have capital in the market at risk. I don't like that, okay? Guys, I'm going to get off gold, okay? Hit the likes on YouTube if you had fun with gold. It shows me that you guys learned something new. Subscribe to the channel. If you want a little tough love, you're going to get some tough love from your uncle over here. This is not a channel for snowflakes. We're here to learn. We're here to be tough, but because these markets are ruthless. If you think I'm tough, you got your brokers don't give a shit about you. Your market makers don't care about you. They want your money. We actually care about you. So if you think I'm mean, I'm one of the nicest guys out there, okay? But I'm tough love. It's learning, okay? Guys, same process. If this big bullish candle closes above you, we're going to flip that red zone green, our little zone in here, okay? That it didn't work out, okay? But if it closes above here, you know, they could get back into buys. Remember, we got that signal right here at 392. It's building. There's a double bottom. It's building. It could continue to come right back up, okay? Guys, I can't sit with gold all day. Hit the likes, subscribe to the channel. How old am I? I'm 18 years old. 18. I have 18-year-old hair. I look old, but I'm actually 18. Okay, we're going to do US30 and NASDAQ now. I'm going to talk fast, okay? So let me just take my last sip of coffee, and we're going to start moving now. Now, let me just catch my breath and get some Gatorade in me, because we're going to move now, okay? So if you want to see a fast top-down analysis, get ready. Are we ready, guys? Okay. So I can't explain everything, because last time I checked, we're 19 minutes away from Wall Street. Okay, starting on the daily, US30. Let's go. Okay, I'm just going to go, guys. I'm just going to go. Right here, double top, all-time high supply. Back into the future, we're above it, green. Okay, are we here? No. So let's just keep it for next week, next month. Continuing. Guys, pivot points all day. Here's a pivot. Well, let me just do a zone for you guys. Right there's a zone. Okay. If you don't know what I'm doing here, review the call after and you'll know exactly what I'm looking at. That was resistance. Powell's bar closed above, retest held, and a retest held, green zone, stretch into the future. Another zone right up here. Those three wicks to the bodies, we're trading right into it right now today. Right in there. I got to do this one really accurately. Sorry, guys. I'm bringing it down to those equal low wicks. Okay. This has to be accurate. Okay. So this one I got to zoom in here because look. See those two equal low wicks? I want to make sure I'm not right there, okay? So you see that zone I can see now we traded in there, back up. We traded in there yesterday, and we're right here, and we're opening up bullish, okay? So let's now look above us. All-time high on US30 is right there. Yeah, orange line, Donald Trump face, 47,070. Do we have a point of interest below the all-time high? Yes, there's bodies right there, okay? Yellow line, point of interest. We're nowhere near that. That's our resistance. Do we have an all-time high supply zone? Yes, you do. Do you have to make it excessive like this? You can. I wouldn't. That's kind of dramatic to make it that big. I see a wick, a wick, a wick. I would bring it down like that, okay? And stretch that, okay? That's what I would do, okay? Now, let's dissect what the hell's going on in here. Yesterday, we had a big sell-off day in the market, right? We opened, we had a fresh high, okay? So yesterday's high is a point of interest, yellow line. We came back down to the opening balances. Here we've got a body close, a body open that drove up and down and closed virtually exactly right there, and we opened right there today. So what I would do is I would bring this down and put it right there. Okay, that to me is you got 3 daily candles that open closed. One was dancing around here on Wednesday and virtually closed there. Yes, we can keep another one at that highest point yesterday, but we got to get up to here first to get up to there. Okay, now yesterday, very bearish. We came down. We took out Wednesday's low. We took out Tuesday's low. We took out Monday's low. We have a new weekly low established in the market yesterday, right there. Bottom of the green box. That's why I said, guys, I got to make sure I put my green box right there. Do I have to put a yellow line there? Or I can. I know it's a point of interest, but I know it's the bottom of my green box. So I personally know that I don't need to add another yellow line there, okay? Because I know what the bottom of my green box represents. But I'll keep a yellow line for newbies on the channel, okay? So I see that was yesterday's low. I see it's higher than this wick, higher than this wick, higher than this wick. All the volume stayed inside that green zone, and it came back up, and that's where we closed yesterday, okay? So closing balance was right there yesterday. I look now in the transition to open. Was there any gap down, gap ups? No. Clean transition. Look how small drawdown we have in today's daily candle. When it opened, it just came down to there. That's it. That's our lowest point today, okay? So we have buyers interested today. It came down, buyers stepped in, right back to the opening balance, and we have a big bullish candle driving, and you see it's higher than yesterday's wick, so we still have support. We still got strong buyers down there. Now, we've got a big bullish candle coming in. It's big, but relative to yesterday, it looks small. It's like a quarter the size. If I stack these, one more, there's half. If I stacked another one, 3/4, it would take 4 of these bars to engulf yesterday's volume. So this is like a quarter of yesterday, okay? But we're at the highest point right now. Like if I put a purple line, that's our highest point. We can continue to break out in Wall Street, but look at yesterday's bearish volume. Guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to cut this shit in half. I think the halfway point is right there. But remember, Ron smoked a big joint this morning. So I don't want to guess. We got to go now, grab our Fibonacci tool. Opening balance yesterday, closing balance. You see, Ron smoked some shit today. I'm nowhere near the halfway point. There's the halfway point right there. Now we have exactly 50%. If we continue to drive up bullish, right there, guys, we have to acknowledge 46,515 is an area of resistance. We can draw a larger zone. Again, there's the bearish point of control of yesterday. Are we driving into here? This could be a sell side zone for us today. It could come in here, get a wick, and go right back down. If this holds next week, we could continue to drive down, okay? So that's what we're battling up against. For buyers, we have this pocket of sellers right behind us, okay? If it can continue to break from there to there, we might get back up to the opening balance, like right up there. Again, me as a scalper, I cut shit in half all day, just like when I eat my steak, I cut pieces. Right there from the red line to the yellow line, cut it in half, right there. Point of control. If it breaks from there to there, measure, grab your measuring tape, could be your daily goal. From there to there, you grab yourself 45, 50 pips, pip and dip, because when it comes up there, they could be protecting this opening volume and bringing it back down. Same thing what I told you about the opposite bullish candle. Now look, do we see any patterns on the daily? We're at the neckline, okay? Just pattern recognition. We came up, top, coming back down right there. Are we coming back up? If this was a 5 minute, I'd be saying the same shit. Can we get through this red zone? Are we going to close above there? Are we going to come all the way up? Is it going to be a double top? Is it going to be a new high? Are they going to stop it there and bring it back down? All this, same thing. As if these were 5 minute candles, no difference, but they're daily, okay? So now what I got to do is cut this daily candle, start dissecting this. Let's go in the 4 hour. What time is it? 9:16. Okay, I got to continue going, guys, real fast. Okay, we're double bottoming on the 4 hours. Look how clean this looks. Came down. Yes, we see how down it went, but right there came up. There's the neckline, double bottom, driving. Okay, so if you get this candle's closing in 43 minutes, 4 hour traders. If you guys can wait 43 more minutes, if it closes above there, retest right there or into, you know, top of the green box, 50% of that. Maybe we get this. Maybe we got enough volume to cut through here and continue driving. Okay, but maybe we'll continue to drive up here and then they shoot it back down. Okay, so this is a strong. There's Europe. Okay, so we came in, it was initially bullish, came all the way back down close. This is representing pre-New York, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. Big bullish 4 hour engulfed everything. So all we need is closing price. This is a nice 4 hour candle. You see, this top of our green zone will technically represent 50% on any pullbacks. That could be a buying area pulling back in the top of the green zone. A better buying area would be opening balance or the lowest point of the day if it comes back down. Strong 4 hour candle, okay? We are going against big selling pressure from yesterday, but if we talk right now going into New York, we're bullish right now. It's strong, okay? But we've seen crazy things happen at New York where they'll just slam it right back down. When we look on the hourly now, look at the hourly, they're building. The big drop from yesterday, now it came back up, resistance, came back down, higher lows, barcoding, bearish, bullish, bearish. So you know buyers are buying, sellers are selling. Their buyers are right now redistributing to the upside. How high can it go? Okay, what's a point of interest on the hourly? We got bodies all in here. Anywhere in here, okay, trap this shit like this. And if we close above here on the hourly, this is going to be like an hourly green zone. I like to scalp off hourly green zones because if it pushes back down in here, maybe that might be a nice buying area to take it back up, okay? If we lose this, then we're coming back down. Then you got to kind of dissect all of this hourly shit here. I'd cut that candle in half. I already see the pullback. I don't have time to do the hourly analysis with you guys because we got to continue going. But right now, we are pushing up, but it could be staircases coming up and then they slam it right back down. See the big drop? Staircases coming up right in here and boom, they slam it back down. Possibility. We've seen it multiple times, okay? But we're also trending on the 1 hour where it made this move A, pullback B. We're making C right now, so C could extend maybe up to there, and then it could retrace down to D. That's what I'm saying. If that holds, that could be that higher low. If that breaks, that's it. That's that boom, that drop, okay? Follow with me, guys, if you can. I know it's fast. On the 5 minutes now, 5 minutes are showing a little bit of bullish momentum from the lowest point of the day. They're coming up right there. You know, there was that hourly zone that was red. They physically closed above. They came back down. Now we're above here, okay? So if we continue to move up, we're going to test this. That big in there. We'll see if it comes back down. We could be buying pullbacks. Is there maybe a good 5 minute zone to maybe look for buys? Right in here. See where there was, where it came up, closed above everything. There's fair value gaps all inside here. You could just give yourself a bigger breathing room, that zone right there. And maybe we look for buys off of here, okay? If it comes all the way tumbling down there, that might be a nice opportunity to entertain some buys and go back up as a scalper, okay? So that is US30 in a nutshell, really quick. Our daily bar indicator, okay, our opening balance, small pullback, driving, we're at the highest point, could drive further up. Where could it go? Right into yesterday's point of control. EMA 9, we're above it. EMA 200, we are above it, okay? So that, we got 10 more minutes. There's US30 on the left. Let me just do NASDAQ real quick, okay? So it's very strong right now. Even look, RSI is at 70, what do we got? 64, okay? So it's not even overbought, so it could continue to drive. Okay, let me do NASDAQ really quickly. Sorry, guys. Was that fast for you guys? Or did you guys follow it? NASDAQ. Was that fast? Be honest, guys. Was it fast? Like, you know, don't worry. If it was fast, I understand. I am talking fast. I told you. It's going to be very fast analysis. That's why I didn't even have time to really like break down the hourly with you guys because we got to continue to go. Okay, this is NASDAQ. Holy shit. Tech is on a tear. Like they're making mergers, acquisitions, billions of dollars are being invested. Like there's no stopping this, guys. I don't have all day to do all of this. I don't think we're going to drop down there, so I don't need to do this. What we got to do is more analysis up here now. Okay, so point of control, pivot right there. came up, dropped, okay? So you can see that we do have some points of interest right there. We do have a little bit of a demand zone right below us here, okay? Guys, normally I'm marking all this to help teach, but now is not the time. We got to just continue driving with this. Wow, okay? So we got a big bullish candle coming out of Wednesday. All-time high was yesterday. Like every day is like a new all-time high, 25,225. Now, okay, so let's go with what we got so far. First things first, this big bullish bar closed above. Can we find point of interest, point of control of that bar? How do we do it? Quickly, open, close. 50%, yellow line. Still holding it, 25,030. Point of control, right there, okay? We can see yesterday how we drove right into it, came right back up, and now we're kind of just hanging around right up there, okay? So we could technically continue to drive today. Next week, I think we penetrate through here. We could start to see some NASDAQ selling, but right now, wow. Let's follow yesterday's volume, okay? So points of interest, guys, interest points. We closed here on that big bullish day. We opened yesterday, came up to the all-time high right there, okay? So since then, came back down. Yesterday, very bearish, came right in there. There's the pocket of control. It didn't stop at the top, mid, bottom, but got gobbled right back up, and we closed right there. There's our closing balance, opening balance today. No gap up, no gap down. So when we opened, we were initially bearish. We've got a purple low wick already established above the green zone. Buyers are still there, still holding, higher low. Came back to the opening balance. It was strong today. We came up, we came up. We were engulfing yesterday's bearish volume, but we got basically to that point of interest. There's our highest point. So, you know, like a purple line and yellow line are right there, same spot. So you can do the same line, you know, purple. And then I see that they've rejected it. So our all-time high is right there. We've got bodies, and that would be my all-time high supply red box just for further going into next week. So they've already rejected it back down. We're like basically, you know, down to the opening balance. And if they lose this candle can flip. We take out that and we're driving right back down, and we see if we can break this. If we drop right down there to those bodies, okay? And when it gets down there, you better do something. I'm telling you, if you're in a sell today and it comes down there, that's where those opening day balances are. Okay, you got to really respect this line down here. Because all of these buyers that bought that up could be there, again, protecting it, right? Okay, so we've got kind of like an indecision daily candle, low volume. If you want to kind of consolidate all of this, you can trap all this shit. We're in a bull flag, okay? On the 4 hour now, really quickly, all I'm looking at is kind of, oh, wow, look at the pattern on the 4 hour. Came up clean, one top, neckline in there. Came back up, second top. We're already, all we have to do is just push the opening balance on this, and we're selling. There it is. You know, when we were talking, Alex, about an M pattern, that there it could be. Remember we saw it on gold? Now we could see it maybe develop. But look at how they're holding right now. Opening ignited bar came up, lower high, lower high. They're pushing it right back down. So this, if we lose this today, sellers are in control to maybe transact back down. They've already did some damage in this green box, so they could probably cut right through here and start dropping. That's why I said you guys better respect this yellow line here, okay? No, I was joking. I'm not 18. I'm 43 years old. Oh my God. You guys think I'm 18? You guys are funny. Okay, so now into the 1 hour. I'm 43. I'm an old man. I tell you, I wear a diaper. I piss my pants here on a daily basis. Look at the 1 hour, okay? Looking at all of this congestion, all of this shit. Look at it. It looks like it just came up one time, big leg came back down. All of this shit up there, consider it all second top. Now, guys, you can see lower high, they're pushing it down. If we get some hourly volume, maybe close below there, retest this, we're taking that out. Guys, we're selling right back down to there, maybe down into there, okay? So if you ask me, it looks like the market wants to sell today. However, the buyers could do everything to continue to push it back up, but we are pushing down, okay? On everything, the daily is pushing down. We got double tops, all-time high supplies. 4 hour is continue to push down that strong ignited balance open. hour are dropping. So we got the big bar that came down, it came back up, lower high, bearish engulfing bar, 8 a.m. It came back up into the point of control of that last hour. All we got to do, if I was scalping, same shit. If this was a 5-minute candle, if it flips, sometimes I go in, just take out that wick and start traveling down here. This could be hourly volume for Wall Street coming down, unless they play some fuckery with Wall Street. Okay, they like to do that. They like to switch the market. This is how it looks on the 5 minutes. So as a scalper, we've got to watch zones of interest. Like right here, you can see they're already making a lower high shoulder right there. Okay, so we could, but it could continue to break out of there. However, it is, if you want to draw like a trend line just on these 5 minutes from here, connect points. Okay, so if I connect that first point A to B and I keep it consistent, okay, I can see that was a false breakout there, but it was still below this resistance, so it's still like a lower high coming back down. We're still below, so this could technically push down to that opening day balance and we could break there. Okay, but they could come back up to grab liquidity, fake out the market, then drop it. So get ready for some crazy shit. 927. Okay, adding our daily bar indicator, opening balance was right there, yellow line, right? And then we were initially bearish, came back up bullish, coming back down, still some bull volume. That's why they're protecting everything right now going into Wall Street. If we lose this, we could be coming right back down and testing the lowest point of the day. But overall, it is still bullish, okay? But this is how things slowly can possibly break down, okay? EMA's 9-200 on the charts. Let's bring these two together. NASDAQ, you pick your security of choice. NASDAQ is on the right. We've got US, sorry guys, 1 second. Okay, and we got US30 on the left side. I want to get rid of this big green box so we can really focus here, okay? Are we good? That was fast, guys. I apologize, but we were on gold for a long, long time today. We took 2 good trades on gold, but let's see now, okay? So this is a different market, okay? For all the newbies out there, this is Wall Street. This thing is crazy. You might see crazy candles just right out of the gate, the first 10 seconds. Again, if you're in a trade and it benefits you, great. If you're in a trade and it goes against you, you have to have proper risk management. If you're willing to wait 5, 10, 15 minutes to see what's happening, that's the best thing I would do in my opinion, unless you want to go with the move. Right now, you can see US30 is pushing up, okay? So are they pushing it up to maybe come in here, grab all of this liquidity, and then they're going to slam it down? Or I don't know what to tell you, okay? So, but in 1 minute, we'll find out. I'm going to wait for the first 5-minute candle to close. I got to do analysis, right? If it's a big bullish candle, I want to find the point of control. If it's an elevator coming down, maybe I want to sell down with it, but we got to find the point of controls. So maybe we can sell pullbacks or watch how it closes. Just analyze, guys, analyze, okay? We don't have to play bingo here. We don't have to gamble right away. 45 seconds. Again, check your, I was trading gold all morning, so I got to go now check my US30. I got to change contract sizing. My broker has different contract sizing. It's breaking out bullish. So maybe they're going right now, squeezing it out into the open. NASDAQ has like a double bottom, might break through here as well. Let's see what happens. Good luck to everybody. If you've already made some money, don't piss it all away. Learn some discipline. Wow. Okay, so they're really coming right into there. Here we go. 10 seconds. Good luck, everyone. Don't make any mental mistakes. Holy, it's driving. Wow. There's the close. A small wick. Okay, bearish just popped and they pushed it up. Okay, it's quick. Okay, spin top. Right there, you see where NASDAQ closed right there, and they're dropping it. Okay. Now, will it come all the way down, take out these lows? Will it come right back up? Okay, you see NASDAQ. See how they trick you? Right up there, right? And then they slam it down, okay? US30, they pinned it. They drove it up there, and now they might be pinning it back down, okay? Is it going to be a big bearish engulfing candle? Remember, we're transacting in the big point of control supply pocket, okay? There was a big wick coming right back up. Wow, if NASDAQ flips short wicks, it could continue to just drive right out of there. That might be a great, opportunity to look for maybe a quick buy. However, if you want to have discipline and wait it out, let's wait it out. This is the first 1 minute. See how crazy the volatility is? It just opened bearish, dropped, came right back up. right? Look at this. It was pushing up all the way up there. Then it's coming down bearish. That's what I'm saying. If you're looking for a quick scalp on NASDAQ, short wick, there's your pop, right? But if you're waiting for the 5-minute candle, you're waiting for the 5-minute candle. There's nothing you can do. There's no woulda, shoulda, couldas in trading. And then, like, if you take that, if you were considering that, you measure there, it would be like 25 pips right up to that red line. You could be at a break even if you took that, right? That's just me talking as a scalper, because I know some of you guys are scalping. If I was in that, I told you, short wick, see how it came down, picked up that wick, break, right up to the red line. If I was in that, I would be at a break even, and I would tell you guys I'm taking out 80%, rest break even. That's what I would do with that blue candle if I was in it. I'm not, so I know someone's going to say, Ron, you weren't in it, you just talk shit. Okay, I'm just talking. Wow. Okay. So remember, there's a lot of sellers here, and that could be causing a short squeeze, right? We still have not even closed. Oh my goodness. Holy. See, Wall Street is crazy. Wall Street is crazy. Wow. Like, look at the hourly candle. It just opened. Oh my goodness, at 9. Wow. How are we doing, guys? Is anyone upset that you didn't get in? Are you guys FOMOing? Are you guys, remember what we don't want to do is just FOMO and just buy the highs, because that's when it can come down. We want to remember buy at discount, buy pullbacks. I know it's difficult. You know how hard it is for me as a scalper right now watching this and waiting for this 5-minute candle to close? This is disgusting, guys. Like, this is so difficult for me. Man, I think we got to watch 1-minute candles going next week into Wall Street, just maybe for the first 5 minutes. Intel reached a 52-week high at almost $40 a share. Okay, so now we have 90 more seconds. We got some range. So it came up there, came down. Let's see where the volume will eventually close. Share, you're up 1%. Holy, like, you're doing like 1% every single day. Sherry, teach us, please. How do you do this? Okay, and then you see the yellow line, guys? Yellow line is a specific point of interest, right? Came, almost tagged it and pushing down. That's why I have these lines on my chart. Remember, we did it from the daily analysis. Someone coming on here will say, well, why is this yellow line there? Why is that yellow line there? That's why you got to rewind the call and see why I put them there. They're there for specific reasons. Okay, now we're going to get a close in 30 more seconds. Okay. So remember, if it closes above this big red zone, we're going to convert that big red zone to a green zone. If NASDAQ closes above this red zone, it's going to be a green zone. Nice. 1-minute scalping on market only. You follow the whales and feed off of them. That's great. That's what I do too, Sherry. They leave me some crumbs. It's good enough for me to eat. Give me a comfortable life. I'm not too greedy, Sherry. Just like you, we get in, we get our daily goal, and we're out. Beautiful. I love it. I love to see someone trading with discipline. Okay, so we did trade close above, red to green. So if we want to buy now, maybe we buy a pullback at this top of the green line, maybe here at the yellow line, the midpoint, maybe the bottom. The candle opened ignited, so it wants to continue to just drive. But will it continue to break for that, fill that wick and go even higher, or will it get rejected back down? NASDAQ, you can convert red to green. Okay, so it's a bullish ignited candle right off the hop. Right when it opened, it's strong. There was absolutely no pullback from the open. So you either buy this candle or you're waiting, okay? So it came up. But what I do is, if I'm not in it, I watch to see. Will it continue to break for a new high, or is it getting rejected with a lower high? Efren, what's up, buddy? Efren, Ms. Jones is bullish right now. Okay, but it did not break for a new high. We're still below that yellow line. So will it come all the way back down? Have you guys ever scalped a candle and placed your stop loss at the opening balance? I can teach you guys how to do that too. Holy, okay, so we broke for a new high. Lady Stone, you have to have a very fast executing broker, right? You know, when it opens ignited, Lady Stone, and it comes up a little bit, and you know when it comes down, and let's say when it's refueling, and you buy that, if you just keep your stop loss just like right at the opening balance or just a tad below, you got to know that if it comes down, you're stopped out of that candle, but you're trading with no risk. And then if it keeps refueling, you're in the money. That's what I do too when I'm scalping 1 minute candles. But you have to have a very fast broker that can execute at that speed. But you got to follow those ignited bars. When it goes up, it comes back down. It allows you a discount buy in that bar. And then you buy, and then you place your stop loss just right at the open. And then when it continues refueling, like this candle, for example, you're in the money, you're in the profit. You just have a trailing stop loss going up with it. Okay? That's more advanced. I can teach you guys that, but at the other side, you need to have a fast broker. Okay? You can't have a Mickey Mouse broker. You can't have shitty spreads. You have to have everything on point to do that. I can teach it, but you got to have the broker on your end. Holy, like bullish. Wow, markets. Gold. Okay, gold. Yeah, gold, see, makes a Wall Street move as well. What broker do I use? Fusion Markets, okay? But it's not available for anyone in the United States. Also here in Canada, every single province in Canada can use it, except where Dave and I are in Ontario. Ontario, where we are, has very strict financial laws, but I've been in with it since I started trading at a young age, and I'm grandfathered in. So if I was to close the account, the broker, I would never be able to open it up again. I'm grandfathered in with them. You will never, ever, ever see me close that Fusion Markets account. Because if I do, I'm screwed. They're based out of Australia. They are an A-book broker. They're phenomenal, okay? If you're outside of America and Ontario, Canada, and you want a live broker, like with your own money, not a prop firm, Fusion Markets. I'm not affiliated with them. I really don't give a shit, but I'm just telling you, they're amazing. Slippage, you don't get slipped up. You get paid out, right? Like, I can request I request payouts every Friday. Monday, it's in my bank account. Show gold. We're going to forget about gold right now. We've done gold all morning. Right now, we got to watch what's going on right over here. Okay, so it's been bullish, right? Now we got a new 15-minute candle opening up in the next 5 minutes. Okay, so again, we can follow this volume, figure out points of interest, points of control. Because maybe you didn't trade Wall Street market open, that's okay. They're still trading at 10 a.m., 10:30, 11. There's still some time later today. You can see the move. Maybe wait for a nice discounted pullback, right? Things go on sale on Fridays. I got to go shopping at the mall later on. I want to buy some, I'm cheap. I like to buy stuff on discount. I don't like paying full price for things. Vinny, you got crappy tax in Canada, capital gains. Incorporate yourself as a business and write some of those off as business expenses. I'm not an accountant or tax advisor. You got to consult those smart guys. Holy, okay? So it hasn't really like pulled back, you know what I mean? To even come into this green zone. So it's just been on fire. Okay, let's look more on the daily. Let me just go one screen, US30 on the daily. Let's see what's going on, bigger perspective. Okay, look at what we got on the daily. Okay, so all of Wall Street, we got a nice bit. Look at it. We have a big bullish engulfing candle. Like, we're not too far off right here, okay? So if the real sellers are here today, look guys, Ephraim, check this out, okay? If you see how the big daily candles building, we bypassed, you know, that block right there? It was all Wall Street. You saw the first 10 minutes. We just cut through that. So they're still protecting yesterday's opening balance. If it drives a little further right up there, but now they're kind of pushing it down a little bit. So if this was like a 5-minute candle, same thing, you know, it is building, but it could continue to come back down. So if it comes back in here, yes, you might get a nice discounted buying opportunity in here. You just got to be patient. But if we continue driving out of here and it gets around above this yellow line, I would be watching on the 15-minute to see 15-minute volume close above there, because then we could continue to backfill yesterday's wick and continue to drive. And we're not too far away from the like this supply zone and the all-time high. So look at it, big bullish inside bar in here being produced. It's difficult to sell this thing. Just look at the daily, how strong it is, okay? And it's all Wall Street, okay? So don't let that big bullish candle, daily candle deceive you. It's right here. It's 925, 930, and 935, okay? That it doesn't represent everything that we were trading all day today. It's basically just representing Wall Street, okay? So I know it looks deceiving, but it's just Wall Street. Okay, so you see, even if you want to sell, if you're looking for sells, it could just continue pull back, pick up buyers, and continue driving, okay? So if you're selling, I know you're saying, yes, it's got to sell, it can't continue go up like this. I would use smaller risk if you're looking for sells, because you're counter trading a move. I would look for sellers at least to close below this yellow line, retest this, maybe to get the next leg down. Otherwise, let's just hold off and just look to buy pullbacks. I would feel better buying a pullback than selling right now. If I was selling, it's a little risky. It's a little risky. Buying, I'm more confident to buy a pullback. But you just got to wait patiently for it to come down. When will it come down to us? Will it? I don't know if it will be on this call. It might be after the call, right? Okay, so now we got some selling. Got a bear candle. But look how it just comes back down to the white line and goes right back up. Sorry, the yellow line. You want to buy a bot, Alpha? Why don't you be a bot, okay? What do you need to buy a bot for? You can be a robot yourself. I am a robot. I'm AI. I'm not a human being here. The real Ron is smoking a joint outside right now. This is an AI you guys are watching. I'm a robot. The real Ron is outside smoking. He only shows up once in a while. You don't need bots, guys. You can be, just develop your mindset to be trade very robotic. Okay? Wow, and like look at NASDAQ, came down. That was the previous daily high, volume close above, and see how it's acting as support. So it can continue to drive through here. Holy. Man, look at it. Like yellow tape to yellow tape. Like just unbelievable fills. Oh, man. I think kind of waiting for that first 5-minute bar is killing me in this in Wall Street sessions lately. When I go back to the journaling, maybe I got to bring it down to the 1 minute. So when we start Wall Street, go minute by minute. But as soon as we do that, then that's, again, the market will be choppy. So I kind of don't want to jinx things. And then if you look at your really silly indicator, okay, it's probably telling us situations are overbought, okay. Look at it. Look at the RSI at 90, okay? And if you are selling, your account is ruined right now, okay? So I tell you guys this is a really silly indicator. You do not just sell because it tells you it's overbought, okay? I don't even see one bearish candle closing below anything, okay? Just pull back, going back up, pullback, going back up. Okay, so yes, if we continue to come down, we can scalp, maybe wait a down to where, if it breaks this yellow line, come down to the point of interest of this body. Okay, so this is just for short scalpers. If you're a short scalper and you're looking to take that, that could be about 30 pips. Pip and dip, right? Okay, they maybe pinned it and ready to come down. 3 minutes to go. Okay, if you're looking to sell, selling means like you're scalping just down to there. You're not looking for this, okay? Just to put this out there. You're not looking for that. That's not going to happen, okay? You got to first come down here, and when you come down there, it might go right back up. If it comes down to the yellow line, you better get the hell out, because that's where buyers are waiting, right there. And if you get a big sell coming down there, you better get the hell out, okay? Why? Because that's a big green zone, and there's a lot of patient buyers who never bought out of Wall Street, and they are licking their chops to get in here or here, okay? So if you're selling down there, you got a beautiful leg coming down, and you got to be smart to get out, realize your profit, because it could just do this again, okay? Then you're looking for the second move coming down. That's what I would do, okay? If you're looking to counter trade. I'm going to zoom in on these candles, guys, okay? Now it's time to zoom in what's going on. I want to keep this daily bar here beside us. Is everyone okay? I know it's a Friday, but these are those tough days, you know, that can continue to get us. So today might be one of those days where it just cools off, pulls back, and continue grinding up. Pull back, continue grinding back up. It might be one of those, I've had those Fridays where I keep selling and it keeps going up. I sell and it keeps going up. And then it ruins my entire Friday and I have a shitty weekend. It might be one of those days, okay? So here now we got a shooting star candle. It could just come down and go right back up. So maybe we wait for this bar to close, or we just see how will it interact right there at 50%. Maybe now they pinned it, ready to come down, okay? That's what I mean. If you're getting in a 1 minute scalp from that yellow line to come down there, you should be doing something, okay? So I'm gonna follow this bar now and see how far down it goes, where it goes. I'm assuming it's gonna come down to the opening balance right there. That's why if you measure that move, remember I measured, that could have been right there. Quick 30 pips, in and out, right? Or now stop loss, break even, and you can realize some. If it continues to penetrate through there, yellow line. Yellow is bigger than this. This just represents just the last 5 minute candle. This represents a daily point of interest, this yellow line. Guys, is there a problem with my mic as of late? I don't know why it's doing this. No? Yesterday you guys were having issues with the mic? Okay, no worries, guys. Okay, so we got a bearish candle. Okay, you know, are we gonna consolidate? Are we gonna barcode right here? Is it gonna close below there? Are we gonna get another push down? Is it gonna come back up, retest 50%, then go down? Like, this is where we're building. Okay. And remember, if it comes all the way down to the yellow line, you could grab a 50 pip move and get it. That's it. Like if I was in that, oh man, I really wanted to take that. But you know what's holding me is these impulse moves. Oh my God. I got to get more aggressive on these calls. I'm sorry, guys. This week was one of those weeks where I was too conservative here. Okay, so here's the close. Okay, so it's, again, ignited, ready to pop that wick. Oh my God. I'm missing out on a lot of executions here. But anyways, if it comes back up, we got to retest. Okay, so... oh, man. But if we're waiting for pullbacks, let's see. Maybe we could get a discounted pullback buy, right? The market is coming down. Okay. They're selling it down. They're bringing it back down. But that's what I'm saying. If you were selling that, beautiful. Trail it behind. Trail it behind. How far down will it go? Where will it realize its neckline? Inside this green box. Oh my God, you guys! I wish I could have like a lie detector thing on me to tell you guys. Like I was ready to sell that shit. I don't know why I'm holding off on these calls. I think last week those two impulse trades really affected me, and I'm getting a little bit too cute here. It's not my style of trading. This is not how I trade. I'm more aggressive. I knew that was going to fill down to there. This extension, it just small wick ignited. It didn't even retest that, so it is dropping. Okay, but that's beautiful. If you're in sells, guys, that's beautiful. Okay, listen to me. That's a beautiful. If you are in that, right? Because you got to now realize you're coming into the bigger zone right there. There was 930. There was the open. So there's a lot of buyers that maybe want to buy in here. So if you're selling to them, please, guys, listen to me. Okay, you got to be either at a break even or realize some profit. Okay, I think that's a 100 pip drop if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, 100 pips right now. Okay, believe me, I know each one of these Wall Street bars is 50 pips. In and out, James, good. Okay, but just understand. And if it goes down deeper, okay, it's okay. But you got to understand still, too, there could be some big buyers that want to buy in here. Okay, so there we first tapped in. There's a wick. Okay, will it come all the way back up? And then we'll see how we'll transact at this yellow line. Right now, you can see now we're creating a little bit of structure in the market. It came up. It's coming down. It's going to hold here. Are we going to get that next, leg back up? Or is it going to be a lower high and we're pushing a little deeper down, right? Same with NASDAQ. I know I'm not talking about NASDAQ too much, but it just traded right to the all-time high, and now they're pushing it right back down. Right? You see how NASDAQ came down right into 935? It's got a big return coming right back up. So same thing with US30, guys. That's what I'm saying. If you're selling, you're selling into buyers. Take some money out. It's Friday. Don't get too greedy. And then for buyers that want to buy on discount, okay, if you were FOMO buying and you wanted to buy up there, you're getting now a 100 pip discount. Now you can maybe entertain a buy if you like. Because if you bought up there, you would have either been stopped out or you're in 100 pips in drawdown. And that bar is still ignited, pushing down. 90 seconds to go. Okay, so just take something from this. If something goes up, it's not going to go up forever. It'll eventually retrace back down, okay? But then the next leg could continue, right? All of these buyers are realizing their profit early in the market, and then now sellers are bringing it down. Maybe patient buyers are waiting to buy inside here as well. Or it could, we'll got to watch where it goes. How far down will it close? I got to get my cut line to represent 50% of this cut bar, right? 60 seconds to go. Guys, regardless, I had a good week this week. It was a good bounce back week for me, not just for trading. It was a good week mentally for me. I had a family member pass away. So it was tough to get to bounce back from that just mentally, and I feel good. So we're going to continue this momentum next week, guys. We're going to have some new sessions next week at different times. Monday is going to be more of an education Q&A. You guys, whatever you guys need help with, I'll come in on mornings because US and Canada banks are closed. And Tuesday will be a morning session. Wednesday, we're going to do a webinar. Thursday, maybe a New York session. And then maybe Friday, I want to do a London session. I want to kick in a London session here and there to our European traders and show you guys how to trade DAX, GBP USD, Euro USD. We can do some other things in Europe where we're not just doing NASDAQ and US30 all day. Okay, look at again. We closed near the low right at that yellow line. Okay, so that's an optimal area to buy right here. Okay, right here is a good area to buy. If it's a doji, we could start coming back up. But remember that candle had a short wick, so it could easily just start breaking down. So let's see now. See how it broke bearish. Okay, so it's got a short wick. It could continue to come down a little lower, but if they're holding, we might look to return it back up on a buy. Okay, it's still this tiny doji right at that yellow line. Look at this thing. Okay, get ready. Okay, so it's still pushing back down further. I hate when they do these nasty little doji candles. Okay, there it is, still holding, still holding, still holding. I'm looking to buy. I'm looking to buy a discount, but when? I'm trying to see, is it going to come down a little further? Still holding, still holding. At some point, I'm going to have to pull this trigger, right? Now it's black. It's coming down deeper, right? So it's still hanging out at that yellow line. Oh, my God. Okay. Okay, I'm going to go in. It's blue. I tried to hold it as long as possible. I'm going to see if it can come back from this yellow line, return back up to the yellow line with emphasis on that red line. Stop loss, I'm just going to place it below that purple line. Okay, and just see, can we get a wick right here? This is my last trade of the day today. Got to see if we get a wick. See, I pulled the trigger just a little too early, right? If I waited a couple more seconds, I wouldn't have been in a buy right now. But those nasty doji candles that just hang out there, they're hard to trade, right? So still, we got a deeper wick. Let's come back to that opening, that yellow line. Let's see if we can get back up there and flip this bar. I have a pretty tight stop loss, okay? So to tell you the truth, trading in Wall Street, that's a pretty tight stop. Just looking to return this back up, okay? We got a good wick, suffered drawdown, but we're right back to that yellow line. Now can we just flip? If we just flip, we're filling, it can turn into a hammer. We're just filling right back up to that green zone. Okay, but we're right back at this where the buyers and sellers are fighting exactly right at 50% of this yellow line, okay? So can we build it right back up? Man, every time it flips blue, we just get pushed right back down. Man, come on. Let's build a little bit. Where are all the discount buyers at? Like NASDAQ was a nice little discount buy coming right back up. Let's see if Ms. Jones can follow. There we go. Okay, so the top of that box right there would be about 25 to 30 pips. Okay, if it gets up there, then I'm going to go to a break even if it gets up there. But additional profit up to that red line would be 50 pips. Okay, but I'm looking to see if it can get right back to that green box at the top, and then I'll be taking my stop loss going to a break even. But we got this spin top candle, right? Buyers got to continue to ask up here, because otherwise sellers will continue to bid it down this wick and continue to come down lower. So see where the volume is fighting right at this daily point of interest. Man, it is a dogfight. If you guys don't want to stay in this, you're welcome to leave right now at break even. Okay, if you cannot, continue to hold this. Just putting it out there. You can't deal with this. Guys, this was like 3.5 minutes of dealing with this shit right here. Okay? It's not for the faint of heart. Okay? But we got a good return. Okay? Remember what I said. If it comes up there about 30 pips, break even. You can scale out. But if we get that top move to that red line, that's 50 pips. The whole move would be to yellow. I'm measuring maybe 75 up there. 70, 75. Okay, you could be at a break even if you want right now. That's up to you. Like that's 15, 20 pips. You could if you want. If you want, that's up to you. Man, and we're going into 10 a.m. in 1 minute. Shit, I didn't even see the time. Oh, oh my God. Come on. If we close strong on this, maybe we'll get a 10 a.m. just a push. If not, they're holding it down, then it'll come down bearish at 10 a.m. Oh, I hate the switchovers. I honestly hate switchovers. So still holding the opening balance. It refueled itself down there again. Can we continue just coming back to the highest point and breaking out a little further, guys? Come on. I want this last scalp and get out of here. Ifrin, you're in. Let's go, bro. Come on. Come on to Papa. Okay, 10 seconds to go and close. We got a little bit of blue volume. If we can close near the high, we can maybe get a bullish ignited bar and break, but they're going to do some monkey business. Get ready. Okay, close. Okay, blue, pop the wick. Let's drive. Come on, early drive. No. Okay, came back down, opening balance. One more time, you see how the candle refuels itself? Okay, there we go. Come on, punch. Okay, that's 25 to 30 pips right to the top of the green box. Okay, I verbally said if you guys want to go to a break even, you can. Okay, because we topped, now it could come back down. But where's 50%? You can cut that candle too. I know it's a small bar, but right there. Oh, sorry, that's not the cut line I wanted. Where's my red cut line? Okay, right there. Okay, can we pick up a wick quickly here? Represent 50% of that bullish bar that we just had. Okay, so now it's retesting. Good. We got the retest. Back to opening balance. See, guys, how that cut works? Even with this bar, that's not a huge bullish bar, but you see how the first retest holds. I'm telling you guys, it shows the first retest. Now it came down with deeper selling pressure. So it broke. Now it's coming down to that opening balance. So we got rejected right there. So again, now we got to go through this. Is it going to produce now a higher low, or is it going to come after that wick and come a little deeper down? Okay. So now we got to see, are the buyers going to be here? I know it's a 10 a.m. exchange. Same with NASDAQ. Look at that shit. Okay. It's nasty. Fuck. This shit always happens like this. Always. Always. It's the hourly momentum change, guys. Okay. So I just have my stop loss just below that. Okay. So now we're building at the bottom of the green zone. Deeper discounted buyers are stepping in. Can they hold this, prevent this from breaking down? But man, 10 a.m., they pinned it down. Guys, I wasn't fast enough. I didn't go to a break even when it hit up there. I verbally said I was. I didn't. So now the market is going to punish me. I'll verbally let you guys know as soon as I get tapped out. Okay. There's a little bit of a wick down there. But they're coming down. They're coming down. Okay, there's a good return. But we're going up against a lot of selling volume. Okay, it's good return. It's coming back to the opening balance. There we go. We flipped the candle. Guys, on my broker, we flipped the body. Okay. I don't know why this FXCM is so slow, but I'm already back in profit. Okay. This is a slow bar. I don't like, guys, I'm telling you, I trade with Fusion. Okay. We're trading like back up here. Yours flipped too? Yeah. So guys, you can't always go with what this trading view shit is showing us. Okay. I told you guys, I have different spreads and things like that. That's why I tell you, I verbally have to tell you guys, because you can't always go off of this. My bar is bullish. Like, this is still showing bearish body. But holy shit, it's a spin top. It's going up and down, up and down, up and down. This is the biggest indecision candle I have seen in a long, long time. See, like, I had an opportunity again to get out at break even. I didn't. It's fighting at the opening balance, right? Guys, I don't know why there's such a delay here. Okay, so mine flipped, but now it's back down to bearish. Oh, there's someone at my front door, guys. Shit. Okay, I can wait for the close of this bar, and then there's someone at my door. Okay, let's see where it will close. 10 seconds going to close. Again, if we close below this yellow line, we failed as buyers to get it back above there. Okay, then selling pressure can continue to push down. Okay, so it closed below still. Opens ignited. Could continue to take out that wick. And guys, my stop loss is just below here. I'll verbally let you guys know as soon as I get stopped out. Okay, hopefully we can build one more higher low and bring it back up. Otherwise, it's going to break this thing down here. Man, he's calling me now. The worst possible time. Hang on. Sorry, guys. I have an electrician coming over to install a cooktop, and he's not patient. I told him to... That's strange why the candle didn't flip blue. I'm not happy with FXCM here. Yeah, I'm still in it, guys. I'm in drawdown. Yeah, I got the cameras. The guy's out the front door. Okay, mine is flipped blue. Okay, mine's back. Okay, so it's a hammer. We're building back up. I told you guys, I'll verbally let you guys know when I get stopped out. I'm still in this. If you guys don't want to deal with this, you know, it's right back to break even. You can do what you. I'm still holding the shit. I gotta message this guy. 1 second, guys. Oh my God, multitasking here. Come on, come on. Fuck, I can't even spell here. Where's auto spell when you need it? Okay, I just messaged him. I'll pay him with this trade. Like, he needs to relax. I'll pay him a tip if he just leaves me alone for 5 more minutes. Okay, we're building back up, guys. Let me just move this shit. Okay, so we gotta, you know, break that high, get out of this green zone, right? And then we can drive up to that red line. Tell him to calm down. You're right, Sherry. This is more serious business over here. Okay, I'm going to break even now. Break even time. Okay, so now I escaped all of that drawdown. Thank God. Okay, now we created a higher high. It came up, guys. I still have not taken out anything. That was about 35, 40 pips up there. But if you're going to continue to hold this thing, we got 2 more minutes. If we can close above here, we're building, maybe we'll get that continuation, okay? But I'm at break even now, break even. No risk involved, okay? So if it comes back down, I'm at break even. I'm good. Told you that doji candle kind of threw me off there. If we waited a little deeper, we would have got better entry, but it is what it is, okay? Now we got to just follow this shit. I want to see if we can tag into that red line. That would be about 50 pips up there. Again, am I getting greedy? Maybe, but this is Wall Street. Can we get up there? I don't know. There's something psychological about hitting 50 pips. 50, 50, 50. And maybe that's what's throwing me off. Come on, one more punch. All we need to do is just ask up here. 1 more minute to go in the close. If we can close above the green zone, again, we can build off of this. We're building the depth of market to continue to go, maybe to get us up to that yellow line, right? But you can scale out on the way. If you guys were sweating down there, take some profit out, please. I just told the electrician, if he cools out, I'll give him a joint and I'll buy him a coffee. Now he's calm. Okay, 30 seconds. Wow. Okay, here we go. Wow, what a battle. Ifrin, you sweating, bro? No sweat, no sweat, no sweat. We're going to get there. We're going to get there. I'm going to keep the electrician waiting till we get there. Here we go. We're getting there. Come on, come on, come on. Okay, so guys, like, don't, you know, that's 42 pips, right? Like, okay, because I don't want it, like, okay, we closed, small wick, ignited. Come on. No, they bring it back down. So we need a quick wick right now, like a doji. Fill that top wick and just break to that red line. If it comes tumbling down, we're going to respect the top of the green box as the first location. If it has to come, cut line right there. Cut. You see, 50% body cut. We're filling. Let's go. Come on. Everyone's going to think I'm in labor over here. Come on, just drive out of here. I just want to tag that red line. Oh my God. I told you guys, I'm a very technical trader. I trade to the tape. We're going to get there. We're back to the opening balance. Let's flip. Come on. Do I got to do it, guys? Let's see.
I didn't want to do this, but at some point, you gotta pull it out. Some points, you gotta pull it out. Okay, so at some point, you gotta pull it out. Come on, okay? So we couldn't break to get up there. Guys, you don't know how, like that. Man, so now we're coming back deeper down into the green zone. Again, top of the green zone is the first location to find our buyers. It's coming a little deeper. We'll be 50% in there, okay? Can continue now to grab a wick. Your 9 EMA for your 9 EMA traders is also in there. I'm not really concerned about 9 EMA. I'm more a point of control trader. Can continue to build in here. Okay, and then that's going to be my break even, guys. Unfortunately, down there, I know it's been fun and games, but that will be my break even down there. So one last attempt. Can our previous point of control buyers grab us? I'll verbally let you guys know as soon as I get tapped out, okay? We got a wick. We got a wick still holding. Okay, it's still holding. We're coming up, but we still have that heavy bearish body. Okay, it's a heavy body. So you see how it's kind of, again, testing the red line now, testing the red line. So the depth of market is strengthening right here. Holy, come on. Did anybody take out anything just for my own health and mentality? Did anyone take out anything on that bullish candle? Or was it just me being stupid here? Lookman, you did good. Okay, as long as there was one person that did something good here. See, I'm being too technical to that red line. But we got a good wick, good return, guys. Man, but it is a heavy bearish candle. Okay, they're coming down. Okay, they're coming down. Okay, I got stopped out. Shit. Fuck. That was a battle. Okay, so I got tapped out, break even. You know, I tried, guys. I tried. Tried to buy that pullback. Just some heavy selling pressure. Okay, it wants the barcode now in this zone. I don't want to go through that drawdown again. I got the electrician waiting outside to install the cooktop. But guys, I had fun. Okay, so there was for me, no win, no loss on that trade. Break even. I'm okay with that. That goes down as a BE. I'm going to journal this. When I go back, I'm going to say, you greedy bastard. Why didn't I just take out 80% right there and let it? My stupidity. I didn't scale out, guys. But you can see why it's important to scale out. Learn from my mistakes, guys. I'm telling you how important it is. I just was up 40 pips and just gave it back to the market, right? For no reason. It's just my heart set on this red line. Oh, man. Anyways, guys, I got to get out of here. I had a fantastic week. The free Telegram channel is pinned at the top of YouTube for you guys. Join this. It's a free Telegram channel. There's promotions, giveaways, all of our live trading, guys. We're going to come in on a Q&A Monday morning, do something fun, educational, either 6, 7 a.m. Ask me anything and I'll help you out on Zoom and YouTube. We're going to have different sessions next week, some webinars, some Asian sessions, a live London, some New Yorks, all over the place. So make sure you're subscribed. Subscribe to the channel, guys. If you have fun with us, we're really crazy here. So hopefully we make some trading entertaining for you guys and have some fun. More importantly, guys, if you want to join the team, we'd love to have you. Lots of education. We have a Sunday VIP session, Sunday morning, free blog, this trading journal. Take it serious, guys. Like all of my 3 trades today, I have to journal, go back, review them, see what I could have done better. Absolutely, I could have done that last trade much better. But what can you do? Like I would write down my entry, that little doji candle, how it was. I was waiting like 2 minutes. It was building, and then I said, guys, I have to pull the trigger. I pulled it, but then the next bar came down. Told you where I placed my stop loss, below the purple line. It came back up, right back in the profit. didn't do anything. So all of these things I got to write down in my journal, every single step by step. And then I got to go back and see how can I perfect this? What can I do better? How can I make it better? Go back to the gold trades. Was there anything that we could have done better? Things like that. You got to go through that, go through the motions. Just like when we go through the motions, go through your trading, and you're going to learn from it. The next time when you go through this, you're going to be like, yeah, I don't want to go through this again. When I'm in profit, I want to take some money out. Just those things. You'll learn. I promise you, you'll learn. Okay, guys, have a good day. I apologize. I'm not trying to be rude, but I really have to get out of here. He's waiting outside and I feel bad for him. So I will see you guys. God bless everyone. Have a great weekend. Happy Thanksgiving to all of our Canadian friends in the markets. And remember, Monday, U.S. banks, Canadian banks are closed. We'll still come in for a fun educational session. We'll do some charting, ask any questions. I'll help you guys out with technicals or anything I'm available to help you guys out with. But leave us a like, subscribe. See you guys. Have a great day today. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate you guys. Enjoy your day. God bless everyone. Thank you.
Hey guys, good morning, welcome to the live session of Stocks Network Trading. My name is Dave, guys, my partner is Ron. Let's get down to business here, guys.
In on US30, sell. Okay, I'm jumping in. Guys, that's a 100 pip drop. Yes, we caught it. Hey, guys, 200 pips, please secure.